What is going on, everybody? How we doing today? Doing all right? Sure hope we're doing all right. As you can see, I have I got drip. I'm dripped out, bro. I'm dripped out, bro. Um, this bad Larry came in today, right? I'll take it off. I'll show it to you. I like it. It's not exactly everything that I was hoping it would be, but I do like it, and the print is not terrible. There are some things about it, like you can see small little imperfections in the cross. For instance, like you can see this, right here, right? How there's that little piece on the inside, but I think it adds to the character, right? I think it adds to the character because it's supposed to be a little gritty. It's supposed to be a little gritty, you know. So I'm actually not disappointed with how this came out, and that is on my Teespring. All right, now I haven't gotten the T-shirt yet. For some reason, it's taken them forever and ever and ever to print T-shirts. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. The Gator came in, the T-shirt did not, so I can't really attest to whether or not the T-shirt is going to be great. But when it comes to what I was a little bit nervous about, the neck gator, right? The neck gator, which is what this is. This is a gator. That is the one that I was more nervous about. So, yeah, I mean, I'll go ahead. I'll show it to you real quick. I'll show it to you real quick. I may be switching to Sticker Mule though. And the reason why I might be switching to Sticker Mule is because no, wrong one. Sorry about that. Yes, here it is. Anyway, I might be switching to Sticker Mule because it seems like it might not be a bad place to do my thing with any merch that I create. I have created some merch before. All right, here's my store. This was created. This should look a little familiar. This is my thumbnail. This is the thumbnail I use for streams. This was created by Jehovah on Twitter. You know, I feel bad because there's a lot of people who make stuff for me, and I'll use it, and every now and again I'll be like, "Fuck, who made that for me?" You know, but I do remember who made this. Anyway, yeah. So as you can see, there's stuff from season 2, right? This is season 2 stuff. I thought I took this down. I meant to take it down. But by the time I realized that it wasn't actually taken down, I was just like, whatever, bro, fuck it. You know, I'll leave it up. Circumflex Fight Club, that was one that was sort of inspired by Season 2. It was inspired by Season 2, and it was released, like, well after Season 2. I'm talking, like, months and months after Season 2. And I figured, you know what, fuck it, who cares? I like the concept. It's a good idea. Shoot, I know who made this for me. Coma Lives made this for me, I'm pretty sure. So shout out to him. And then this I made myself. I literally just, of course, fucking. I literally just fucked around on Photoshop because this is such an easy thing to make. It's such an easy thing to make, you know. So I figured why not. Part of the reason I want to switch to Teespring is because even though $30 for a T-shirt isn't like the worst you could ever see, like. I personally am not someone who likes having to spend $30 on a shirt. So if they have lower cost to actually produce, then I'll go ahead and I'll say screw it, and I'll move over to there. You know, I got to talk to Richie or somebody else who's on Teespring, not Teespring, Sticker Mule, because they do like general merch on Sticker Mule now. I'll go ahead and I'll show you the Garage Gang Sticker Mule store because there's some pretty cool stuff on there. And they added more stuff too. You know, you can see here Garage Gang Incorporated. All right, that's me right there in the profile picture. And then I'm on this shirt right here, which it's kind of tough to actually like zoom in, but you know, you could probably pick me out. You could probably pick me out. I'm the only redhead as of right now that's involved in Fish Tank in any capacity. But yeah, so this is pretty cool. I'm definitely gonna get one of these shirts in a little while. These were not on here yesterday. This shirt, and that shirt. So that's pretty cool. Another thing too regarding the Find God T-shirts. As of right now, there's nothing on the back, but I just remembered I meant to put, I believe it might have been Psalm 144. I think it might have been Psalm 144. I was gonna put a quote from Psalm 144 on the back, and I haven't done that yet, obviously. So I'm gonna try and make sure I remember to do that soon. In fact, there's a lot of things I keep forgetting to do. There's a lot of things I keep forgetting to do. One of them I'm literally about to do right now because I'm tired of forgetting it. Baby, do you have a pen there? Sorry, one sec. But yeah, so if you're interested in this, all right, it's a cool little project that I created. Well, calling it a project I created, that's like that's overstating what it is. It's a design that I thought up because uh for one thing, I like the quote. I actually got the quote, no joke, from a Fallout meme. It was a Joshua Graham meme. It said, "To err is human." No. It was, "To fuck around is human. To find out divine. Find God before he finds you." And that "fuck around and find out" Fafo, that shit is like so stupid and annoying. Um, that it's just dumb. It's just dumb. But um I liked the second part of it. I liked the second part, right? That was like a really cool thing. Find God before he finds you. So I use that kind of as inspiration. And the reason why I like it so much is because Christianity used to have teeth. Christians used to have teeth, you know? They used to fight wars with each other over Christianity. And they used to fight wars with each other side by side for Christianity, right? Because the Crusades and things like that. Christian men used to have teeth, right? And we don't have that anymore. And look, I'm not saying that a T-shirt, a $30 T-shirt, is going to fix that. No, of course not. But if you want to have an effect on the culture, you don't do that by yelling at people. You don't do that by telling people that they're doing something right or wrong or anything like that. What you do is you create stuff that people like, want to be associated with. They want to be around it. They want to listen to it, watch it, or in this case, wear it. That's the way that you affect culture. That's the way that works. And I'm not saying I set out to make this shirt specifically because I'm like, dude, I want to affect the culture, bro. But whenever I'm doing anything, there is a piece of my brain that is like, okay, but like, what effect will this have on what is going on in the world today and where we will be going and stuff like that, you know? Is this something that I can feel comfortable with, or is it just gratuitous, you know? Is it just gratuitous Facebook boomer writing out a prayer in a comment section, you know? Dear Lord, we come to you, our humble servants, to ask that you please watch over Donald J. Trump, and we are your lambs, and we trust in you, and please protect him from evil. Like, you know, I don't want that. I don't want to make that, you know. But this is something that, like, the message behind it, I like the message behind it that I'm trying to put out there with this, right? So if you guys like it, all right, if you guys like it, definitely check it out. All right. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. Like I said, I'm gonna put Psalm 144 on there. I will go ahead and make an announcement when that happens. I should be able to do it tonight or tomorrow. It's literally just uploading a fucking a thing. That's all it is. But you know, it just is what it is. What's going on, E-Girl Farts? How you doing, man? How you doing? Um, Beard looking nice. Thank you, dude. Ask the PKA boys about their merch. Oh, dude, Taylor's been telling me a little bit about some of the stuff that is going on with them, you know, and I'm really happy to hear that they're making some pretty big moves, you know. Unless you mean like merch, you know, unless you mean like shirts and stuff like that. In which case, nah, I've never talked to Taylor about that, but I'll have to hit him up. We haven't been playing as much AOM because a lot of people have been busy and stuff like that. You know, even I've been a little bit busy. The shirts are great. Thank you, man. Thank you. Tanner Ozell. Discord with a question mark. What about Discord? What about Discord, Mr. Tanner? Mr. Tanner. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll have to see what kind of I'll have to see what kind of stuff they have. You know. Um, one sec. Sorry, I gotta do something on my phone real quick. Like I can only do it now because if I don't do it now, I'm gonna forget. So I apologize for sitting here like that. But I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and I'll do my thing. Yeah, I've been playing RuneScape. Yeah, dude, you gotta play a man's game, dude. You gotta play a man's game. The M in AOM stands for man, Age of Man, dude. Rune, the R in RuneScape stands for vagina. Is what it is, dude. Is what it is, man. Um, Sorry, one sec. Again, I'm just doing this real quick. Uh, 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 yes. So, what are we here for today, though? What are we here for today? As per, as per the title, right? As per the title. Okay. All right. One sec. One sec. I'll go ahead and I'll paste my Discord link in the chat real quick because our friend here is wondering about that. One moment. Don't worry, it's coming. It's coming. It's a coming. Dude, I'm pretty bad at AOM too. Taylor carries all of us. You know. One thing I've been getting better at though is AOE, and I'm not saying I'm gonna whoop Taylor, but I'm saying the next time we play AOE, if we ever go back to AOE, even if for a day, I'm not gonna be as squishy as I used to be. I'm not gonna be as squishy as I used to be. So that's oh, son of a bitch, dude. Let's try this thing. Sorry. I gotta upload a fucking document. Trying to take pictures of it and shit like that. Anyway, I'm down to go back to AOE too. Oh yeah. I never stopped playing because like I like AOM, but I like AOM when playing with friends. I'm not big on AOM. I'm not big on AOM just like alone. But with AOE too, yeah, I still play that alone a lot. Now I'm hovering around like the 600 elo range, which is obviously still like bad, but it's not as bad as it was. I'm also pulling other maneuvers, and I've gotten a win with pretty much every civ that I have access to. They gave us access to some of the civs that were behind a paywall. Some of the DLC civs. I don't know if that's temporary or if it's permanent, but like I've been playing a little bit with Bohemians, the Polacks, the Poles. And I've been doing pretty well with all of them. I'm still win one, lose one, win two, lose two, that kind of thing. But my game is a little bit more robust. It's a little bit more robust, and I joined the dark side. I'm starting to hit castle drops now. As fucking pissed off as I still am about them, as pissed off as I am about castle drops in general, it's kind of a if you can't beat them, join them situation. And I'm at a point where I'm like, fuck it, just join them. But anyway, today we are here for UFC 309 with John Jones versus Stipe Miocic. Holy shit, we got 1,130 viewers, most of them probably on Twitter. That is pretty crazy. Hello everybody. Hello. But hold on one sec. I'm gonna take a picture of that because that's pretty sick. Anyway, Alan Rockstar, who winning? Yeah, but yeah, it's gonna be John Jones versus Stipe Miocic. Miocic, me, Miocic, Stipe Miocic is who it's gonna be, and yeah, so legendary matchup. It is a super fight, but the thing is,
It's that classic John Jones trying to pick on people that he knows he could beat easily. And I'm not saying Stipe is going to roll over. I'm not saying he's going to be able to walk right through Stipe. But I don't think John Jones would have wanted to fight Stipe in, say, 2017 when he took out DC. That was like 2017, 2018 or something like that. I remember I watched that while I was at my girlfriend's friend's house. We were house sitting for my girlfriend at the time, and I ended up watching that. And John Jones would not wanted to have fought that Stipe. So obviously, this isn't even a controversial subject. This isn't even a controversial thing in the MMA world. It's not controversial to say at all. At the end of the day, John Jones is just trying very, very hard to protect his sort of undefeated record. He has one defeat, but it was by a disqualification. So he can kind of make the claim like, my one defeat was bullshit. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if he tries to get lawyers to overturn that loss. Because I believe it, I think his name was Matt Hamill. I think his name was Matt Hamill. I could be wrong, but the story behind John Jones's one defeat is that he was throwing 12-6 elbows in a time where 12-6 elbows were not legal. 12-6 elbows have been legal for a little bit under a month now. They literally just changed it this month. But back when John Jones was earlier in his career, he lost to a guy who it was weird. He threw 12-6 elbows. I believe it was in the mount position. The referee stopped it. It might have even been Herb Dean. It might have even been Herb Dean. I'm not 100% sure. And Matt Hamill was deaf. So when the ref stops it, he picks Matt Hamill up, right? He's like, "Hey, are you all right?" And Matt Hamill's just like, "Huh? What?" Literally, the dude is deaf. He cannot hear a thing. He cannot hear anything. And when the ref is like, "Oh, he can't even understand me." Well, when the ref hears him like, "Huh? What?" The ref makes the determination that he is concussed and that he can't understand, so he ends up calling the DQ. Right? That's basically the story behind that. And we actually have our first fight coming up right now. It is between Mauricio Ruffy and James Lontop, Brazilian versus some country that I'm not even sure about. I'm not even going to bother reading the tale of the tape because I'm literally watching Brazilian MMA right now. I'm watching Brazilian UFC. So the tale of the tape is in communist figures, dirty commie figures. But All In Rockstar on Twitter asked me who I think is going to win. And I mean, I don't like making predictions like that. I don't like making predictions like that. Excuse me. Because it just feels paltry to me, right? If I'm being honest with you, it's like I can say who I think's gonna win or lose, and yeah, like I'm a bit of an authority on MMA, but at the end of the day, we could just sit here quietly, not saying a word, just sitting here like this, and we can wait, and we can see. I mean, the the safe bet is on John Jones, though. The safe bet is on John Jones, um, and that just is the way it is. There's still a piece of me that's kind of hoping Stipe slips on an ice cube and he hits the ground and he's like, "Ow, my elbow! Oh, I can't fight." And then Tom Aspinall has to wrap up quick and run out there and beat the hell out of Jones. There's a piece of me. There's a piece of me, but I will say one thing. Stipe Miocic is no joke. He is one of the greatest heavyweights to do it. He's the only one who's defended the belt. I think it's 3 times or something like that. And overall, he's a very well-rounded grappler who is a very high-level wrestler, right? I believe he was a D1 wrestler in. It might have been a. Shit, I know Stipe was a D1 wrestler. I forget which school it was. It might have been Ohio, but I could be wrong about that. Um, and it's like I said, I don't think Stipe is going to get walked through, but the smart money is on John Jones. But we have the start of the first fight right here. Uh, Ruffy is in yellow. Lon Top is in red. Yontop, Lontop. He's got a name that starts with two L's. That's weird. So that might be a that's either. I mean, the way he looks, he's got to be some kind of Hispanic, you know. All right, so they're both a little bit high energy right now. They're kind of moving quick, but they're not really doing anything with each other. Excuse me. On top seems to be trying to he might have a low kick game plan. Ooh, Lontop slips to the inside and tries to throw an overhand. I don't think it quite landed. So yeah, right now they're just kind of feeling each other out. It's I've said like we are quite literally 1 minute into the fight. As I said that it hit 4 minutes in the round. So I can't sit here. Ooh, Lontop comes forward with a cross and then a jab right after. Then a midsection kick by Lontop. Ruffy's just kind of hanging back. I was gonna say, jab from Ruffy. I don't think it quite landed though. It might have landed like on the chest, which is a weird place to aim for. But there are good reasons to throw there every now and again. Trading jabs. I think Ruffy might have got the worst of that one. Ruffy tries an inner leg kick, doesn't quite land. Jab from Ruffy. I meant Lontop tried the inner leg. Ruffy did just land a leg kick though. See, one thing you're seeing more and more from striking specifically in the UFC is it's a lot more relaxed. That wasn't though. Ruffy just tried to load up this really like I mean it was a right hook. It was a right hook, but the way he tried to load it up was just funny, you know. Drops the hand down, you see him move this way to try and throw, and Lontop saw it from a mile away, you know. One thing you're seeing more from MMA striking is it's a little bit snappier. People don't throw with as much conviction as they used to. And the reason for that is because people are afraid of takedowns. And then in addition to that, 5 minutes is a long time to fight. So dudes are trying to save energy. They're trying to conserve energy. As jab from Ruffy ends up smothering the overhand right from Lontop. Lontop throws a hook to the body, followed by a kick to the leg. But you're seeing a different kind of game form when it comes to MMA striking, and it's even different from like kickboxing. You know, there's a certain kind of striking that is evolving in MMA that is like all its own. Ooh, Ruffy throws a jab, Lontop slips to the inside and hits him with three pieces. That was pretty good. See, we've seen Lontop, right? That's such a dumb name. I don't want to say that for the next 15 minutes, you know. But anyway, Lontop has been slipping, right? He's been slipping to the inside of the jab, which it's working for him right now. He's slipping to the inside and he's countering jabs with overhands, but he's got to be careful with that because when you slip to the inside, if you're not going to make him pay for it every time. Ooh, that was nice. Lontop leads with a cross, and Ruffy ended up hitting him with a check hook. That was nice. But when you slip to the inside, you can sometimes open yourself up for the right hand that's coming down the middle, right? And if somebody starts making a read on you, they'll start trying to bait you into slipping to the inside so that they'll have something waiting for you when you get in there, you know? But yeah, I was saying MMA striking is a completely different thing from like boxing and kickboxing at this point. It's very boxing heavy, and kicks are almost meant to swing and a miss from Lontop after it seemed like he got bopped by Ruffy. Ruffy just hit another check hook as well. Ooh, wow, cross right up the middle from Ruffy, and you could tell that hurt. Oh shit, that hurt Lontop, and then Ruffy tried to get fancy. He tried to do a fucking tornado kick, which absolutely failed. And now Lontop is pretty much like good now. Ooh, upward elbow from Ruffy. That's interesting. You know, that is interesting. I was gonna say kicks have almost become a way to support your hands. In spinning back kick from Ruffy. Um, they're a lot more snappy. They're less about trying to like actually finish somebody or like with like a low kick. A lot of the time it's just like either A, you're trying to keep someone a little bit off balance, or B, you're trying to get them to think low so that you can go high. You know, you will have situations like with the Conor McGregor Dustin Poirier fight where Poirier really hammered away with those calf kicks. But that was specifically his game plan. Typically, you don't see guys finishing with calf kicks or finishing off of a calf kick, meaning like you start throwing calf kicks until a guy can't move anymore, and then you open up with your hands. You don't see that as much anymore, you know. And oh yeah, there's they did the replay of that cross that almost sat Lontop on his ass. You know, that was pretty sick. I'm not sure if Lontop was throwing a jab or if he just had his hand out trying to frame and keep distance. But you know, Lontop basically hit him with something similar to what was going on with you know, what Lontop was doing to Ruffy this whole time. He's slipping to the inside and he's throwing that overhand right, and it's working out very well for him, you know. And in that case, it worked out very well for Ruffy. Starting off with a kick from Ruffy, Lontop throws a stomping kick to the lead leg, but it doesn't really land. Again, Ruffy tries to go on the inside, and Lontop tried to hit a sweep, a like sweeping roundhouse kick, very low, and that didn't quite work either, you know. It's cool when you see stuff like that, but the thing is, you got to kind of make it work, you know. And that was the cool thing about MMA years ago, is that like you saw a lot of cool shit that would work a lot of the time, you know. You know, and this dude's been trying, he's been going Ruffy, meaning he's been going for style points the whole first round. Jab lands from Ruffy. He's been going for style points the first round, but it isn't really working for him. And there he tries to hit a spinning back fist. You know, it didn't quite land because Ruffy's guard, Lontop's guard was high. Lontop throws a kick. Ruffy evades. Ruffy's back is against the fence right now. Lontop trying to cut the ring off, make him stay there. You know, he's keeping him up against the cage, but he's not really taking any chances. And I think he might be a little bit afraid of that. He might be a little bit afraid of that check hook. But I mean, if there was ever a time, it would be now, because it's harder. Oh. Looked like a hook to the body from Ruffy, and Lontop is down, and it looks like this might be the end of the fight. I'm not 100% sure. No, not yet, not yet. It's going to end soon, though. It's going to end soon. Lontop's trying to get up. Ooh, Lontop just got up. That was nice. That was nice. I thought it was going to be over there, you know. Lontop, he ended up getting up, and he has Ruffy up against the cage right now. I'm pretty sure Lontop got sat down by a hook to the ribs, by a hook to the liver. But I don't know. There was just something a little bit weird about it. Maybe it was he got hit in the liver, yeah, but he was mostly off balance. Ooh, cross right up the middle from Ruffy. Absolutely. That landed clean. So yeah, I mean, I'd say Ruffy's definitely getting comfortable, you know. So Lontop is now he was in a lefty stance. Oh man, spinning hook kick by Ruffy misses, and then he ends up hitting him right down the middle with a cross. He's really trying to load up that cross. Like he keeps trying to use footwork to disguise the fact that it's coming, but it's really hard to do that, so it's not working for him, you know. You know, if you're going to throw a naked right hand, you're better off going to the body a lot of the time, because the body's a lot harder to move. Again, Lontop has him up against the cage. He lets him out, though. Back to the center. Check kick by Ruffy. Gazelle hook seemed to have landed, but didn't really do much damage by Lontop. Ooh. Ruffy slips across. He throws a hook, but it doesn't land. Jab by Ruffy, deflected by Lontop. And, ooh, a right hook. Ruffy counted a jab with a right hook, and you could tell that definitely hurt Lontop over there. Lontop feigning jabs. He's going to low high, low high. I think Ruffy is comfortable, and Lontop has gotten more and more uncomfortable as time has gone on. It's just not working out for him the way that he would like for it to, and you know, it's just downhill from here for him unless he can turn it around. There's a little bit more than a minute on the second round. Ooh, looked like a nice elbow may have landed from Lontop on the way out of a quick clinch. Lontop changes levels and then comes over the top with a right, but it doesn't quite work. A swing and a miss from Lontop, throwing a left hook, couple of jabs, and then a cross to the body. You know, more of a hook to the body from Lontop. Cross to the body from Lontop, followed by a kick that kind of hits the hip. And, ooh, okay, a takedown attempt, a single leg attempt from Lontop. I think he might have been able to get that if he really was going for it. Lontop steps in with a cross and then what looked like a hook. Kick from Ruffy. Swing and a miss from both of them. Cross to the body from Lontop. And that is the end of round 2. Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, you know, that was definitely Ruffy's round. I don't know whose round the first was. It might have been Lontop's round, if I'm being honest with you. I do remember the first round being a lot better, a lot kinder to Lontop. Ah, you see, that was crazy. I just saw the knockdown. Ruffy slipped like he was gonna rip to the body, and he threw at the angle you would expect from a body shot, right? But he threw at the head. So when you throw a hook to the head, you want to throw it like this, all right? The arm is straight, right? When you throw to the body, you tend to throw it more of an upward angle here, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to hit the ribs and dig in with your knuckles, and even potentially go underneath the ribs, right? Depending. It also helps you to be a little bit safe because it moves your head off the center line. So you're not just throwing like this where you're going to get bopped. What happened there, though, is he threw a hook to the head, but instead of like this, he slipped and then bang, right? That was crazy. I thought he just hit the dude with a hook to the body, and it maybe knocked him off balance a little bit. Looks like Lontop's left eye might be closed. If not, it's about to be. It's about to be, you know? So yeah, as of right now, it could potentially be anybody's fight. I'm not 100% sure though. Ooh, jab from Ruffy. Like I said though, Ruffy definitely came into his own in the second round, and I don't know if I see it going much different. You know, you can just see Lontop he's a little bit flatter. You know, he's a little bit slower, lumbering a little bit, and Ruffy still seems pretty fresh. You know, he seems like he's fresh, and he's kind of flowing a little bit. He's kind of flowing. You know. Oh, and are we going to get a takedown from Lontop? He ends up going for the high C, and he doesn't quite get it, but at the very least, he's got Ruffy against the cage right now. He's working a little bit against the cage, and he ended up getting reversed. So his back was against the cage, but Lontop walked out, and as they were going to hit the center, he ended up breaking from the clinch with an elbow that didn't really land. Now they're trading, you know, close to the center a little bit. Slip jab by Lontop, and then he ends up giving 2 to the body to Ruffy. Then I believe Ruffy hit him with a jab. I was kind of, you know, itching my eye there. Hard to see. Lontop kind of desperately coming in with that jab cross. He's throwing a jab cross, and he's switching, right? He's using stance switching to get away with it. Usually you'd go jab cross instead of cross jab, but you know, he's able to get away with it because of the way he's doing it. Now they're back up against the cage. Ruffy is the one with his back to the cage, and Lontop is working. At the very least, he's working from the cage. He's not just waiting for the end of it, you know? Cage work in modern MMA has become kind of boring because a lot of guys don't use it as a way to hunt for takedowns or submissions or you know, finishes of any kind, I guess you could say. Ooh. Elbow out the clinch from Lontop again, but Ruffy had something to say about it with a right hook, and then they ended up trading again. I don't believe anything really landed. Jab cross from Ruffy. He ends up slipping. Ooh, he ends up slipping out of the way of a kick from Lontop, and then Lontop throws a stomp kick to the front knee. Double jab to the head, followed by a cross to the body from Lontop. I don't think any of them landed. I think Ruffy knows he's got it. I think Ruffy knows he's got it in the bag if he just doesn't absolutely have like a dog shit moment. But the thing is, if he keeps on running, he better not be surprised if they do give it to Lontop, because that first round was actually pretty close. The second round really wasn't that close, but the first round was pretty close. And Ruffy hits Lontop with a check hook, followed by a jab, followed by a cross over the top of a jab from Lontop. You see, this is what Ruffy needs to be doing if he wants to win this fight. You know, he doesn't have to absolutely go for it in the way that Lontop is, but he's got to be active enough as to where you can see that, ooh, takedown attempt from Lontop doesn't really work. He ends up grabbing the knee, and he goes for a single leg, but then he let it go, and now they were in the clinch. Ruffy ends up catching one on the way out. A knee followed by an elbow from Lontop. Inner leg kick by Lontop, followed by another. Yeah, I mean, this isn't a bad third round, and I could see it kind of going to anyone right now. When Ruffy is working, like, he doesn't even have to work that hard. He's just got to work hard enough. And I could see it going to him. But right now, like, I wouldn't be surprised or angry if they gave it to Lontop, you know, because he's, like I said, that first round was pretty close. He had his moments, and I could see it kind of going to anybody. But the second round was Ruffy, and this round, as of right now, aside from a few good moments from Ruffy, I would say it's mostly Lontop's round. You know, like right there, he's working off the cage, and he's really making sure that he's chasing this. He's really going for it. You know. Teep up the middle, followed by a jab cross. Yeah, Ruffy's on his horse completely and totally. There's 30 seconds left in the round. If Lontop really got that takedown, I think that could cinch this for him. You know, because I just feel like Ruffy's not doing enough. You know, I think Ruffy right now is the better fighter, but he just decided he was going to take this round off because he's feeling a little bit too good about that first round. Personally, if I was his corner, I'd be like, yo, like at best, it's 1 round to 1 round right now. You have to go out there and you have to work. You know, you're the better fighter than this guy. It's going to be easier for you. He's going to be chasing you around. You're going to be able to touch him up while you're running away. You know, just fucking do it. Just do it, dude. It's all good. But you know, you know, you know. Here we are. Here we are. Yeah. So Ruffy on the fence seems pretty confident, you know. And this is the shit that I was talking about with modern MMA, right? And I was trying to get to this point, and I've made this point in plenty of my other streams and stuff like that. Modern MMA is a lot more boring because you have guys who are just trying to do things by the numbers, right? You have by the numbers strikers, you have by the numbers grapplers and stuff like that. And when I say by the numbers, what I mean is you have dudes like Habib or Merab, right? Dudes that they're just like, yeah, I don't care. I'll just take dudes down and lay on them because that's all I need to do to win. That's all I need. So why would I do anything else, right? And then you also have by the numbers strikers, which to Ruffy's credit, he did try to mix it up a little bit, right? He had a few moments in that first round specifically where he tried to get a little fancy, you know, throwing tornado kicks and shit like that. But they're not really leaving it all out there. The Lontop guy, he tried his best to leave it all out there, and he did a better job of it than Ruffy did. But also on the flip side, you can tell there's still something left in the tank. When I watched Forrest Griffin versus Stephan Bonnar with you guys on a stream, we watched it together. When I did that, it was crazy. It was night and day. It was the same amount of time, right? Just 3 rounds, 5 minutes each, 15 minutes total. But the absolute battle that occurred between Forrest Griffin and Stephan Bonnar, that's inconceivable today because so many people are walking around like, yeah, no, I'm gonna throw snappy little kicks to the leg, and I'm gonna push somebody up against the cage, and I'm not really gonna work. And my punches, I'm only gonna throw them at like 80%. I'm gonna throw them at like 80%. I'm not I'm not gonna throw them 100%. I'm not gonna leave it all out there. I'm gonna save a little bit. I'm gonna save a little bit. You know, um, these dudes, they should be tired as fuck after these fights. They should be having a hard time being interviewed by Joe Rogan. And there's two things, in my opinion, that have led to this. Because, like I said, if you see people after fights, when it comes to like the old days, they're sitting there being interviewed by Joe Rogan, and they're like, yeah, Joe, uh, man, it sure is crazy. Yeah, I'm glad I won. They're like that. But now these dudes are sitting here, and it looks like they could have another 15-minute fight, another 25-minute fight, you know? And I'll be honest with you, now that I'm thinking back to round one, I do think that Ruffy, like, I could see why someone would give him that round. I think it was just closer in comparison to round two, so that's why I kind of lean towards potentially giving it to Lon Top. But you also can't just rest on your laurels. But with that side note out of the way, like, this dude should not be able to speak right now. He should be, like, still trying to catch his breath. But he's not. And like I said, there's two things that they contribute to that. There's two things that contribute to that. One, drugs, performance enhancing substances, right? EPO. People, when people think of performance enhancing drugs, they think like you're sticking your ass with a steroid needle. But a lot of the time, what people are doing now is, since MMA is such a strenuous sport, they're doing things that are designed to make it so that you do not get as tired as quickly. And when you do get tired, you're able to recover, right? And that's what things like EPO are for. And then on top of that, like I said, the style of fighting has changed from one where it's two gladiators going out there to leave it all on the mat to, by the numbers. This dude's literally wearing nerd glasses because he's a fucking nerd. All right. By the numbers nerds sitting here listening to their coaches who are like, all right, so here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go jab, cross, jab. We're gonna drill that for a month and a half. And then you're gonna go in there and you're gonna hit him with that jab, cross, jab, because he doesn't really do well against the jab, cross, jab. And I want you to make sure that you don't get gassed. So only throw it so hard. Don't leave it all out there. Don't leave it all out there. You know, save some for later. And it just makes MMA suck. You know, it just makes MMA suck. I watched the Serrano versus Taylor fight yesterday, and that was actually kind of an exciting fight. I was actually sort of invested in that fight, and it's because it was two girls who went out there and they left it all there. And you can say what you want about the you can say what you want about the you can say what you want about the whatever it is. You can say what you want about the thing. You can say what you want about the result of that fight, but at the end of the day, both of them fought hard, and that was a really good fight. That was a fun fight. You know, I had my doubts when they tried to tell me, like even this right here, like if you're watching along with me right now, you see backstage, they're literally touching each other's shoulders and shit like that. Like, that's all they're doing. They're literally just sitting here like this, like, huh? Coach is just doing that to her shoulders, and she's kind of doing it back a little bit. That, like, science getting involved in fighting is one of the worst things that's ever happened, because fighting is supposed to be something that is primal. It's supposed to be something that has a certain vitality to it, and the vitality has been taken out of the modern UFC, and people have been talking about it, you know? And playing touch shoulder before your fight as some kind of warm-up, I don't care that it's 30% more, it's 30% better for warming somebody up, and it doesn't tire them out. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Shit like that ruins the sport, you know? And it's because there's so much science that's involved that it's become a game of trust the doctors, trust the experts, and shit like that. And if the last time I checked, a PhD in medicine or a PhD in physiology or a certification in personal training or strength and conditioning or whatever is not a black belt in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. It's not fucking multiple fights in a Muay Thai ring. It's not whatever record in fucking an MMA promotion or something like that. It just sucks, you know. It sucks because uh, it's making the sport into something it wasn't meant to be. You know, it wasn't meant to be that. And anyway, um, what was I gonna say? Yeah. Bottom line of what I'm saying is like MMA is not as fun anymore, and it's because dudes are more concerned with numbers. And sometimes I mean that literally, other times I mean that figuratively. And I wish that we could go back to the olden days. You know. Vic, as someone who doesn't know anything about UFC stuff, what's the significance of the main event tonight? When it comes to the main event tonight, it is John Jones trying, and in my opinion, failing to cement his legacy, because no matter what, he's not fighting the guy that he needs to fight to cement his legacy, and we all know that. You know, the guy he needs to fight is Tom Aspinall. He needs to prove that somebody who is around his size and around his skill level simultaneously, right? Because his entire career, he has either fought guys who are his size or close to his skill level, right? He's never fought both. He needs to fight somebody like Tom Aspinall to try and silence people like me who say that a 6'4" dude fighting a 5'10" guy is kind of bullshit. You know, it's a bullshit thing to try and say that somebody is the GOAT for. I don't think John Jones is the greatest of all time. He's more deserving of being involved in that conversation than someone like Khabib Nurmagomedov is, but he is still, I wouldn't even say John Jones is top 3. Maybe top 5. Maybe top 5. Potentially, maybe, possibly top 5. But the idea that he would be top 3, let alone the greatest, let alone number 1, no, get that out of here, right? It's just, if you look at everything that's gone on in his career, you realize there's certain patterns that occur. You know, it's try and fight a guy who he is a lot taller than, and if that doesn't work, then fight dirty. You know, literally, he still has to fight dirty even against dudes where he has such a big height advantage on, because I don't want to say he's not a good fighter. He's obviously a very, very good fighter, but he's trying to stack the odds in his favor. And the thing is, there's nothing wrong with stacking the odds in your favor to the best of your ability. That's literally what everybody is trying to do at the end of the day, obviously, right? I'm actually not going to fault John Jones for just using the natural gifts that he has. However, what I do fault is, one, his ego, right? He's got this ego where he definitely thinks he's a lot better than he is. And then 2, I fault people who are on his side, of which there's been fewer and fewer as time has gone on. But I can remember the time where everyone was like, dude, John Jones, whoa, dude, whoa, John Jones, dude, whoa, dude, John Jones, whoa. I can remember that. I remember that shit and how ridiculous it was. It was stupid, dude. It was fucking dumb, bro. It's the dumbest shit. Anyway, sorry, I clicked on something. I just want to make sure I click off of it. I clicked on some porn. I got to make sure I click off of it. But yeah, the significance of tonight is either A, Stipe gets an upset, and it ironically cements him as the greatest heavyweight ever, in my opinion, right? Because he's beaten a lot of dudes that were top talent in the heavyweight division. And if John Jones comes up and he's able to beat John Jones, I think that makes him the greatest heavyweight in UFC history, if I'm just being honest with you, right? But if John Jones wins, then he's going to try and talk like he's cemented his legacy, like there's nothing left for him to do other than fight Alex Pereira, right? He wants to fight Pereira. He doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to fight Tom Aspinall, somebody who actually is good at grappling. And everybody's going to call him out on it. Everybody's going to call him out, and they're going to say, you're a duck, you know? Anyway, we have the next fight. It's a girl fight, a.k.a. smoke break time. All right, I'll be back in 15 minutes, boys. I'll be back in 15 minutes. I'm out of here. Anyway, Lewis, want to FaceTime while the fights are running, brother. Mrs. has gone to bed, so I'm chilling by myself. I don't know about tonight, man. I appreciate the offer, though. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. That is strange. Geez, it says 1,911 viewers right now. I don't know if that's true, and they're pretty much all on Twitter right now. That's like such a weird thing, you know. A lot of people probably aren't watching me on YouTube right now, specifically because Fish Tank is on, you know. Wild Randy, aka I almost called him Filthy Frank. Frank Hassel. He ends up he ended up coming in the tank. There's actually quite a few people just watching on YouTube right now, so that's pretty sick. And everybody thought Alex was gonna leave. Although Alex has his backpack on right now, it almost looks like he might be getting ready to leave now. I'm not sure if that's just a fluke. They brought Alex's family in. So that was a bit of a sore spot for him. That was a bit of a sore one for him, but you know, I'm sure he'll get over it. Something real quick, baby. Do you have the bottle opener? It might be over there. If you could grab it for me. Thoughts on women's fights? What's that?
Not here.
Oh, it's not here? That's weird. I saw it earlier. I don't know where I saw it, though, is the issue. When it comes to women's MMA, look, like, I'm completely and totally ready to accept anybody who is a very talented fighter and is entertaining to watch. I like Amanda Nunes. I like Valentina Shevchenko. You know, although I feel like public opinion is turning on Shevchenko, but she's getting old. She's been fighting since like the 90s, believe it or not. Before she got into MMA, she had a kickboxing career. And she was obviously very good at kickboxing. You know, I don't mind Wei Li Zhang. Thank you. I'm gonna no, but that's all well and good, you know, but a lot of women's MMA is just not very good, and it's because there is a skill gap between the men's and women's division, you know. The men's division, people are almost too skilled. The women's divisions, people are typically not skilled enough, and because of that, it typically turns into a slugfest, but not even a fun slugfest. It's like two women throwing pillows at each other, and you're just like, all right, okay, all right, okay, all right, you know. But yeah, so this is Viviane Araujo. Did I say it right, baby?
Mm-hmm.
Versus, what is that? Karina Silva?
Karini.
Karine Silva. Fucking two Brazilian chicks. One of them is 37 years old. The other is 30. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, imagine a 37-year-old fighting at 135 pounds. That is a crazy thought. Uriah Faber had one win over somebody when he turned 40. And that was really cool to see. But most people are not Uriah Faber. Even someone like Henry Cejudo. Henry Cejudo retired for like 3 or 4 years, and then he came back and he was 36 and he got manhandled by Merab, you know. And Henry Cejudo is a two division champ. I believe he beat Demetrius Johnson on his way out of the UFC. I believe he beat Demetrius Johnson. And then on top of that, he's also an Olympic medalist too. I believe a gold medalist, if I remember correctly. Like Henry Cejudo is no joke, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't fight at 130 at 100. I forget if he was fighting at 125 or 130. No, he fought at 135 against Merab. He couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it. Dude came back. He was like 36, 37 years old, but in the women's division, you can do that because the talent pool is so shallow that it's that much easier, you know? If I was if I was a woman who was even a little bit interested in martial arts, I would try to become an MMA fighter specifically because of how easy it would be compared to men to get into the UFC, because there's just not that much talent around. There's just not that much going on in terms of women's MMA, you know? Even now, like it's really rare, like thinking about a lot of the local shows that I take part in, take part in meaning like that I've taken part in, and that I watch and keep up with every now and again. Like it's kind of rare to see a women's fight. Now that I'm thinking of it, it's actually sort of still a rare thing. There's cards with none of them on it, and when there is one, when there is one with women on it, it's like one fight usually. You know, it's a very rare thing. Anyway, so Araujo in the yellow, Silva in the black. Only just started paying attention a minute into the fight. Cross up the middle from Araujo. A couple of lazy kicks from Silva, just sort of following her around the cage right now. Looks like Araujo is trying to find distance and timing, and she might be trying to time something. Nice little staring contest right there. Couple of punches exchanged, but nothing really happened. Araujo ends up pushing off of Silva, basically grabbing her titties. And Silva kind of just rushes in, I would assume trying to initiate a grappling exchange, but it doesn't really work. Araujo circles out. Ooh, another sort of lazy kick from Silva, and Araujo made her pay for it that time. She threw a cross, then another cross a second later. A lot of dancing right now. It's the first round, so I'm sure they're kind of trying to figure each other out right now, you know. Araujo, Silva seems to favor her lead leg. She likes to step in with a lead leg kick, whether it's an inner leg or a front kick, a teep, or whatever. Ooh, that almost landed. Silva threw a hook, and she slipped. She didn't slip. She like slipped her head with the hook, and I think Araujo might have made her pay for it. But Silva seems to favor that front leg kick. She steps into it, but she throws it lazy, you know, and because of that, it's not really landing. She's not only that, but she's throwing it at somebody who's moving away from her. You typically are not going to want to kick somebody who's moving away from you. There's a couple of ways you can try and get away with something like that, but typically you're not going to bother throwing a kick at somebody who's moving away from you because it's a wasted energy and time, you know. That's what I'm talking about. Araujo is circling, and Silva's just sort of. There was a landed leg kick right there, but she's just got this lazy kick that she's throwing out there, and you got to wonder what it's for. Because, I mean, even if it's to try and like keep distance or keep Araujo off balance, like again, she's always moving away when it's being thrown anyway. You know, ooh. Silva changed levels trying to go for a takedown, but she kind of stopped halfway. Everything she's thrown thus far has kind of been lazy, you know. She actually put a little pepper on a couple of kicks that she threw a second ago, but she got countered, you know. And again, this is what I'm talking about, you know, people's kicks have gotten a little bit lazier because they're afraid of takedowns, you know. It's not just that they're trying to conserve energy when it comes to throwing kicks. It's also they're afraid of putting a little bit too much into a kick and it ends up getting caught and they get taken down. They're a little bit nervous about something like that, and it's kind of weird to see because it's almost like what's even the point? Like you'll be landing okay. Silva just landed a couple. She landed a hook and then a cross, and Araujo's hurt. Silva chases down, puts her in a tie plum, which is actually a pretty rare thing to see nowadays in MMA. She had her up against the cage, but she disengaged. Silva's really trying to capitalize on this. You know, she's even throwing like weird, like incorrect punches. She's throwing like literally throwing her cross like that. It's kind of weird to see. But anyway, and oh man, I don't know what the hell that was. I looked at my screen for 2 seconds. I heard the bell ring, and I was like, oh, what, huh? Like, oh, okay. Anyway, excuse me. But yeah. So that was I don't know what to say about the round as a whole. You know, if I had to give it to somebody, I probably would give it to Araujo. I think the hook and then the cross afterwards that hurt her. Those were mostly flukes, and other than that, Silva really didn't do anything that entire round. You know, it just like nothing good happened for her. I think Araujo, for the most part, is the one who had everything that she needed, you know? Excuse me. Quad says your MMA fandom really starved you of Khan, Fish Tank, Kino tonight. Yeah. Wait, will I cover the Alex versus Wild Randy bout? Really? They fought? They fought? Oh man, yeah. If somebody tags me in it on Twitter, I'll cover it. I'll cover it, you know? Ooh, nice 3-piece fall by a low kick from Araujo and an uppercut from Araujo as well. Araujo is definitely opening up now. You know, she took that first round. She was still doing very good. She was still doing very good in the first round, but you can tell she's a little bit more I don't want to say frantic this round, but you know. But yeah, it's almost pointless to throw leg kick. Ooh, all right. So Araujo back against the cage. Silva changed a level, trying to get a takedown, and it didn't quite work. She is now, she's trying to reap the leg. She's trying to reap the leg out from underneath, but it didn't quite work. She seems to have given up on that. Araujo is almost out of the cage. Oh no, she's back up. Oh, she reversed, and now they are back to the center. Yeah, if anybody fought on Fish Tank though, definitely send it my way, and I'll review it on here. I did the ones that happened last night. And man, if Frank and Alex really fought, I'm wondering when Alex's funeral is gonna be. I'm gonna have to try and I'm gonna have to try and attend. Oh, these things are mad good. If you can find these somewhere, they're at a European grocery store that I go to, and they are so good, man. It's like it's actual orange juice, and there's pulp in here. Oh, kind of missed some action there, my bad, but it's like I said, it's just women's MMA is all it is. It's just women's MMA. No, but Silva actually just scored a takedown, but she couldn't really do much of anything. Araujo popped right up, and now she's actually in a See, Araujo, well, right now it will be a little bit tough because of the angle that they're at, but Araujo could step her leg basically across, and she could hit a throw with that overhook that she has right now. You know, if she wasn't exactly, she could do it now. She could do it now, right? But Silva seems to have most of the control here. Oh, wow, all right, nice. Silva reaped a leg out, and now they are on the ground. Somebody is bleeding kind of profusely from the look of it. I think it might be Araujo, but the way the blood is, it wouldn't surprise. No, actually, you know what? It's Silva who's bleeding. You can see there's blood on Araujo's belly where Silva's head is, and it looks like there's blood on Silva's head. And oh, armbar. Uh-oh. So right now, what Silva needs to do is she needs to pressure down and stack. She needs to stack Araujo, and now she needs to armbar escape, which she. Oh, okay, nice. She's got it. She's out of that. Nice. That was sick. Hell yeah. Good for her. You don't see a lot of grappling exchanges like that in modern MMA anymore either. You know, a lot of guys are just kind of sitting around on the ground, just waiting for the round to be over. But that was a pretty cool scramble there. You know, Araujo gets the armbar. Araujo gets the armbar, and now Araujo is hitting Silva with some elbows from the bottom. Anyway, Araujo gets the armbar on Silva. Silva ends up getting flipped, and then she armbar escapes out of it, and then she passes the guard. And now she's in side control. She's transitioning to north-south, and Araujo is using that as a chance to get to her knees. But Silva has a Darce choke in right now, and it might not be... No, I don't think it's going to be tight enough. I don't think it's tight enough. I think she might be out of it. See, if she can, what she can do is she can try and go chest to chest right now, which hold on, actually might not be advisable actually. See, it really depends on how tight the choke is. If the choke was loose, she could have went chest to chest like she was there, you know. Darce chokes are a little bit weird because they can be tough to get out of. You know, they're chokes that can be pretty quick, and when somebody gator rolls on you, it just is like it's just a pain in the ass, you know. But I don't think it was the best choke. I think it was tight, but there was probably like a weird aspect of the angle, you know. But right now we have Araujo on the top, basically in a mount position, kind of. I wouldn't call that a mount position, but you know, it's weird. What's going on, Sunday Mimosa Club? How you doing, man? Long time no see in the streams. It's going all right. You know, we're enjoying these fights. This actually hasn't been the worst women's MMA fight that I've ever seen. Specifically that second round was pretty good. You know, it was action packed, so I'm enjoying this. You know, Wild Randy versus Alex. Bo Vice. Yeah, are you watching Fish Tank? If you're not watching Fish Tank, you should definitely watch Fish Tank. FishTank.live. Everybody who's here that doesn't know about FishTank.live, you should definitely check that shit out. If you don't know me from a hole in the wall, if you're just like, hey, whatever, I guess I'll give this fucking guy on Twitter a chance. My name is Scott Sullivan, and I'm an MMA guy. No, but jokes aside, yeah, I was affiliated with an internet reality show called Fish Tank Live. If you've ever heard of Sam Hyde, that either made you more interested or you're like, ugh. But if you've ever heard of Sam Hyde, $1 Million Extreme, it's one of their things. I was on seasons 1, 2, 2.5, 2.75, if you want to call Bitch Tank that, and yeah, I don't think I'm going to be on season 3, but season 3 is running right now, so you should definitely check that out because, you know, it's a really good it's a really cool project. You know, I have a soft spot for it seeing as how I was involved in it, but it is a really good project, so definitely check it out. FishTank.live is where you go get it. There was a takedown. I was talking about Fish Tank and I kind of missed it. Pretty cool transition though. Araujo ends up rolling through, and now she is in a bit of a weird half guard kind of situation. What she can, and in my opinion should do, is she should take her right leg out from between the leg of Silva, because there's really no good reason for it to be there. And I'm not saying she almost got rolled, but like the way she was was a little bit weird, and it definitely didn't help her to not get rolled, you know? So they end up standing back up. There's Silva with that lazy front kick again. Still not sure what the purpose behind that is. Araujo hits a low kick on Silva. Cross on Silva. Seems like they're both a little bit drained right now. You know, I can understand why they were actually fighting hard, you know? Excuse me. Oh, man. An exchange, nothing really lands. Tim Phillips, I'm not sure what the expected start time for the main event is. This is the second fight of the night right now. There's going to be another like 2, maybe 3 fights, and then the main event, I would assume. So Silva's on the ground. Araujo is up. She's trying to throw kicks, but they're kind of ineffectual. She's literally trying to kick Silva's foot, you know. And the referee makes it what is, in my opinion, a good decision. Stands them both up. You know, keeps the action going. Well, under 3 minutes in the last round. Ooh, nice return kick from Silva. You know, Silva Silva Dutch blocked the kick, and then she returned with a low kick. That was pretty cool to see, you know. Ooh, jab cross from Silva lands, followed by a right hook that appeared to land. That wobbled Araujo a little bit, you know. Seems like she is okay though, you know. I still think this could be anyone's fight, given the way that Silva has been fighting. You know, she's had a few moments where, you know, she landed something good that was really, you know, it had the potential to be fight ending. You know, had the potential to start a fight ending sequence, I guess I should say. Ooh. Araujo throws again another lazy kick, this time with her rear leg, and she gets caught and dumped. And now they're back in the now they're back in that position again where Silva's on the ground, Araujo's up, and the referee is standing them back up. Jab cross from Silva doesn't quite land. Cross from Araujo doesn't land. Ooh, Araujo starts stepping back to try and lure her in, and then she throws a front kick, basically to the titty. Cross up the middle from Silva. Lands, doesn't really do too much damage. Man, Silva throws what looked like a left hook, and then she ended up changing levels for a takedown. She ended up back on the ground again. Oh man. All right, Silva initiating the tie plum, and ooh, nice elbow from Silva, nice knee from Silva. I don't think the knee landed. I like Silva's propensity for the clinch. Me personally, I'm not much of a clinch fighter myself, and that's because my instincts when it comes to being this close to somebody is always to grapple. Clinch work is grappling, but that's upright grappling. When I say grapple, I mean I want to take somebody down and end up on top. Araujo was going for that throw that I was referencing earlier. She actually tried to hit what I was talking about in, I believe it was round 1, maybe early round 2. But yeah, I'm not much of a clinch fighter myself, you know. I prefer if I'm in that close to somebody. Is she gonna hit it? She hit the throw that I was talking about. I forget if it's called the Uchimata or something like that. When it comes to throw names, I really don't know the names because it's always Japanese names that like I don't bother to memorize. But she ended up hitting that throw that I was referring to, you know. In fact, you know what? I'm curious about it. Uchimata. I just want to see if I have the right one. Yes. Hold on one sec. This is what I was talking about. This is a gi variation of that throw that she just hit. And that's one of the few throws that I actually have become good at because I'm not much of a throws guy, but it's even if you are not someone who prioritizes a certain game, it's good to have a little something in your back pocket every now and again. And that throw, the Uchimata, is something that I'll default to if I know that I'm having a hard time with other takedowns, but I have the ability to get in to a range where I can make it work, right? I've gotten halfway decent at it, right? Excuse me. But yeah. Oh yeah, duh. That was round 3. We're gonna see who won that. Yeah, I would assume it's gonna be Araujo, but yeah, that was cool to see. I feel like I was talking about. Oh yeah, I was talking about the tie plum. Yeah, when it comes to clinching, I like it. It's cool. I like to see it, and I like to see a game where someone's throwing knees and elbows from the clinch. But me personally, I prefer to just grapple. Excuse me, to just straight up to just go for it. You know. But I do like Silva's propensity for it. That is pretty nice. Excuse me. Sunday Mimosa Club says you're always one of my favorite characters on the show. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much, you know. I appreciate that. So, yeah, Araujo wins. Was there a fight though? Was there a fight between um Alex and Frank? Oh no. I'll search Alex because there's people who are probably uploading stuff via Wild Randy, you know? Um I'm just looking right here. You know, I might as well. I might as well do the boys a solid. Yeah, this is the Twitter. This is the Twitter for Fish Tank Live, all right? The Twitter hashtag. Um I'm looking to see if there was a boxing match or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing anything regarding fights and stuff like that. Is Alex's wife is Alex's wife still in the tank right now? Is Alex and his family still in the tank right now? That'd be pretty crazy if he was. That'd be fucking bonkers, dude. Yeah, I'm not seeing any fights right now. Oh, wait, is this it? Oh no, never mind. That's a ship edit. Hold on.
Your name is what again? What was your name? Say it.
I'm the biggest Alex fan.
Frank. Frank, let's
I'm
start
the
over.
biggest Alex fan.
You know.
I don't.
My TV turned off. I don't know why.
No, I don't.
You know my name.
Are you well named? So hot and cold water. I'm not being hot and cold.
Oh yeah. So if you're wondering what this is, it is Fish Tank Live right there, and it's a 24/7 reality show. You can tune in whenever, right? You can tune in whenever and see the people in the show. There's a lot more to it than that, but just in case there's somebody watching who doesn't know what I'm talking about when I speak about Fish Tank, you know. One moment. I have to. I gotta do my thing. Oh, what the hell? It didn't shut off. The screen just went black for some reason. Would it be all right if, since you're going back out there, I give you the thing and you throw it in the microwave for me?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, baby. I literally just don't know how to operate the thing, so that's why I was like, baby. Baby. Oh. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm coming. Wish I had more soda. That's all right. Oh, man. You don't think he has any around, do you?
Oh. No, he's not.
Oh yeah, I figured not. Yeah. That's alright. Alright. We're coming back. We're coming back, don't you worry. Don't you worry. It's funny to see so many people on Twitter right now. That's crazy, you know? I don't know what the deal is. But nobody's watching me on YouTube because everybody who would typically watch me on YouTube is watching Fish Tank right now. So there's that. There's that. I don't blame them though. Is the app being weird?
Yeah, very good.
Oh, that's weird. Well, hopefully we can figure it out. If we can't figure it out, we could try my laptop or your laptop or whoever's laptop, you know. Whatever works. There's a Brazilian TV app. That's how I'm able to watch all the shit. And it's being a little bit weird right now, so we're trying to troubleshoot it. And my wife, the Brazilian, is probably going to be better at troubleshooting the Brazilian TV app than me. So, you know, there's that. That's why I'm sitting here like, baby, take care of it. Baby, help. All right, so we got Bo Nickel versus somebody else coming up, I feel like. Seems like that's what's going on. Yeah, I don't know who he's fighting. I feel like it was supposed to be a step up in competition. Let's go ahead and look the card up. We'll go ahead and we'll look up the card. UFC 309. Bang. Oh shit, Charles Oliveira versus Michael Chandler is on tonight. Fuck. I literally didn't know anything about this card other than Jon Jones versus Stipe Miocic. Like, I would have put so many more dudes in the title of my stream if I had known that Charles Oliveira versus Michael Chandler and Bo Nickel versus Paul Craig were happening. Bo Nickel versus Paul Craig is going to be an interesting one because Paul Craig is a dude who is known for his jiu-jitsu. He's a jiu-jitsu guy. And I mean like almost strictly jiu-jitsu. Obviously he does striking, but his game plan is literally pull guard. He's a guard puller guy. So we're getting what is probably one of the closest things to a wrestler versus jiu-jitsu match a la Pride, a la old UFC. You know, and that's a pretty cool thing. That's a pretty cool thing to think about, you know. All right, one moment. So right now we have Paul Craig coming out. I gotta let this freezer defrost. It's all fucked up. I don't want to show you guys. Oh man. I guess Mickey Gall lost. Mickey Gall was headlining the early prelims, which always take place at like 2 p.m. You know, and I guess I guess he lost to some guy named Ramiz Brahimaj. That's pretty crazy. Which probably means Mickey Gall is going to get cut. I don't know if he's on a skid or not, but I remember when Mickey Gall was kind of thought to be like somebody who was somebody who you should maybe pay a little bit of attention to years ago, you know? Oh, thank you, baby. Is there like a fork around?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Oh. Oh, my dog was being an asshole. I thought I heard him jump up onto my bed. But yeah. What's his face? Bo Nickel, you know, people call him a hype job. I mean, he's there's a lot of people in the UFC who are hype jobs. I think Bo Nickel could be someone who could potentially be an interesting character. Thank you, baby. An interesting character. He might be a fun wrestler to watch, right? I think he has the potential to be that, and we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna see how that works. But yeah, as of right now, I think this is gonna be. I think if he can beat Paul Craig, you'll probably see him starting to get better and better competition after this fight if he is able to beat Paul Craig. And you might see him get to a point where maybe in 2025, like late 2025, maybe early 2026, he will fight for a title. You know, there is a a potential, you know? It's crazy to see that he's 6-0 though. 6-0 in the UFC, and he's had like 2 or 3 fights in the UFC, I believe. Let's go ahead, right? You know, a stud wrestler, but sorry, I'm just trying to find his yeah, he had one fight. He had one fight in 2022 in George Masvidal's is that? Yeah, in George Masvidal's promotion, and then he immediately went on to Dana White's Contender Series. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of his 6 fights are UFC. They are fights in the UFC, or you know, for a UFC promotion. You know, that's a crazy thing to think about. You know, bug him. Oh man, that's hot.
Yeah.
I have some leftover lasagna from yesterday. It's very good. Thank you, baby. All right, so they are making the announcement. They are making the announcements right now. Baby, could you turn this up?
Yeah.
I want them to maybe be able to hear it in the background, because I want to make a point about this.
I mean, I mean,
Well, like do like 20. So listen to how Bruce Buffer announces, right? Listen to how he announces. State College, Pennsylvania. That's crazy. But Bruce Buffer, the way he announces is like, it's perfect for MMA because it's got that gladiatorial sort of vibe to it. You know, he's announcing 2 gladiators that are going in to leave it all out there. You know, and I love that. And a lot of announcers just don't capture that. They're not able to get anything close to what Bruce Buffer is able to do. You know, and I like that. It's fun. It adds to everything. But all right, so Nickel versus Craig. They're just sort of looking at each other right now. I think they're both wondering who's gonna end up in what position on the ground. I think that's really what they're thinking about. A jab from Bo Nickel doesn't really do anything. Just sort of still looking at each other. Bo Nickel just changed stances. He's now in a lefty stance, which might specifically be because he's going to target that front leg. Depending on what takedown you're going with, it can be easier when you're matching the person. And he switched back to a righty stance, delivered a calf kick that sort of dislodged Paul Craig's leg a little bit. I was saying that, ooh, okay. Bo Nickel steps into a lefty stance and then throws an overhand left, which misses. And then he switches back into his righty stance and he throws another calf kick, followed by another one a second ago. He threw that calf kick and he switched into that lefty stance again, right? If you're going to attack the front leg, it can sometimes be a little bit easier to do it when you're mirroring each other. Meaning, if their left leg is forward, you put your right leg forward so that they're both on the same side, instead of having your left leg forward and his left leg forward and them being here, you know? And you can see there, he just threatened that takedown. Ooh, okay. So Paul Craig goes in for an inner leg, and Bo Nickel ends up parrying the front hand and coming over the top. Paul Craig trying to threaten low kicks right now, just kind of trying to make Nickel a little bit nervous, you know. Oy. Kick, midsection kick from Paul Craig. Paul Craig looks a little bit bigger than Bo Nickel, you know. They look to have the same body type. It's just that Paul Craig is a little longer. You know, it's interesting to see that. A nice high kick from Paul Craig, deflected by Bo Nickel. A midsection kick by Nickel. Gazelle hook from Paul Craig. See, if you're Paul Craig, you know a takedown is coming at some point. Oh, wow. Bo Nickel tried to fake a kick, and he turned it into a teep off of that. And I think it landed, but it didn't really do what he wanted it to do, you know? Inner leg from Paul Craig. Again, Nickel in that lefty stance. If you're Paul Craig, you got to be wondering when the takedown's going to come. Nickel, when he switches into that lefty stance, he's leading with an overhand left, and I think that is a good move. I think that will be money later on in the fight, you know. Tries to go for an inner leg. Paul Craig checks it, followed by a cross, which Craig parried and got out of the way of. But I keep trying to say, if you're Paul Craig, you got to know that takedown's coming, and he's staying pretty poised right now. That's good. But Nickel has given him a bunch of different looks, and eventually he's going to be able to switch in or out of a stance, or he's going to be able to hit a certain move, and Paul might be a little bit desensitized to it, and that's when it'll come, you know? So a couple of overhand rights by Nickel. Paul Craig bats the front hand of Nickel down and tries to throw a jab, doesn't really land. Nickel throws a calf kick, followed by a low kick. So when I say calf kick, I obviously mean specifically a calf kick. When I say low kick, what I mean is a kick to the thigh, you know? Even though the calf is lower than the thigh, you get the idea. Ooh, a hook moving in by Nickel, who is still in that lefty stance, and, you know, I think it landed. Exchanging kicks right now, nothing really landing for either person. It's either checked or avoided. Ooh. Nickel with that. You see, like I was saying, that overhand left from that lefty stance from Nickel, that will pay dividends if he keeps at it, you know. And it just paid his first dividend there. Ooh, but Paul Craig looked like Paul Craig hit an elbow on the way in when Nickel was moving forward. That was nice. I don't know if Nickel is naturally a lefty or a righty. He's switching into both. And he spent a lot of time in that lefty stance a second ago, but he has switched back into his righty stance, you know. You see his stance is southpaw. He is a lefty. He is a lefty. So actually switching into his righty stance is a little bit, you know, that's not typically what he would do, but you know, it's interesting to see him shifting in the first place. All right, so that was the end of round one. That's a bit of a tough one to score because not too much happened. They're definitely just trying their best to get their timing and their distance and stuff like that, trying to figure each other out. I don't even think I'd score that round for either of them. You could argue that it could go either way. Me, I'm just saying that I'm not particularly paying a ton of attention, or I wasn't, to that, you know. I was literally waiting for the grappling exchange to start. So sometimes what will happen is two extremely talented grapplers will face off and a grappling exchange will be avoided because it sucks when you find out in the middle of a match that you're not as good as the guy that you're going against. That sucks. And nobody wants to take that chance. Because of that, you have situations like what that first round may very well have been, you know? Bo Nickel doesn't want to shoot in and accidentally get caught in a guillotine. And Paul Craig doesn't want to try pulling guard or shooting in himself and getting sprawled on or, you know, pounded. Couple of punches exchanged thus far, nothing really landed. Yeah, nothing too huge landed from any of these guys. Oh. Paul Craig trying to hand fight with Bo Nickel. You know, that's a smart move, but no one's really. Ooh, that was nice from Nickel. He batted down the front hand. He threw a hook to work his way to the outside, and then he tried to follow it up with that overhand right. It didn't work that time, but that was a pretty good move from Bo Nickel. That was good on him. Midsection kick from Paul Craig. Dutch blocked by Nickel. Cross to the body from Nickel. Another cross to the body from Nickel. Ooh. Again, that overhand left from Bo Nickel, it connected that time, you know? You saw Paul Craig's head kind of snap a little bit. Bo Nickel throwing that kick to the midsection. Paul Craig checking it. Bo Nickel switches into his righty stance through a jab to the body, which connected. And, ooh, an overhand right connected that time from that righty stance. That was nice. Kick to the calf, but it was kind of partially checked. Paul Craig coming in with a jab cross and then a midsection kick. All of them either deflected or avoided. Nickel back in his lefty stance, excuse me. Cross from Bo Nickel to the body. You see, when you're a lefty, that cross to the body as well as a hook to the head, you know, a rear hook or a rear overhand to the head can be money because you're at an angle where it kind of slips through the guard, and it you know, it almost makes it a more valuable asset than the jab. I'm not saying it does. I'm saying it almost makes it a more valuable asset, you know? And because of that, you'll see dudes, when they're lefties, they tend to lead with that cross a lot, you know? And the body, the solar plexus is pretty wide open for it, you know? Ooh, Bo Nickel ducks what he thinks is going to be a cross, but it ended up being an uppercut that almost landed from Paul Craig. That would have been good. And, oh, man, Bo Nickel tries to throw that overhand again, but Craig blocked it. Dutch block from a midsection kick, and then another from Paul Craig. None of them landed. Almost looked like a potential clash of heads there, but I don't think it actually happened. I want to see some action. I want to see someone go to the ground right now, you know? Like, Paul Craig's known for having a really good jiu-jitsu game. I want to see him try and use that against the wrestler, or the wrestler use his wrestling to negate the jiu-jitsu, but it's just not happening. It's like I said, sometimes two very talented grapplers get together and they're like, nah, I don't want to find out I'm the worst grappler in the middle of the fight, you know? Paul Craig throwing a couple of kicks, none of them really land. Ooh, okay. Paul Craig threw an elbow as Nickel was coming in to throw that rear hook, and I don't know if either of them landed, but that was interesting. Ooh, okay, so Bo Nickel takes a couple of jabs. He switches into that righty stance again. Nickel switching back into his lefty stance. Paul Craig just kind of standing in front of him. Both of them kind of standing in front of each other. I don't want to just put it on Paul Craig, you know. There has been a lot of just standing in front of each other, you know, just trading back and forth, but not in an exciting way. You know, the way these guys are fighting right now is the way that you would typically spar with someone. Ooh, cross right up the middle. Snaps Paul Craig's head back. He throws a kick to the midsection, deflected by Bo Nickel. Oh, yeah, another kick to the midsection. And the thing about midsection kicks, right? If you're throwing hard midsection kicks, they take a toll on the arms. Even though you're blocking, you're Dutch blocking, right? You're taking it here. You start to feel that in your arms, and they start to go from here to down slow, you know? Exchange of some punches at the end of round 2. But yeah, like, the way these guys are fighting is the way that, like, a lot of people would spar, you know? Like, just kind of standing in front of each other going, jab, cross, hook. All right. Okay, gonna chill out for a minute. That's basically the way you should be sparring, you know? And that's kind of what I'm talking about, is a lot of guys fight like they're sparring now. And it's just kind of, like, boring to watch, you know? I understand from a money position, right? I understand from a money and a numbers position, because numbers matter more than ever in MMA, as much as I hate it, as much as I don't like how by the numbers MMA has become. I can understand why someone would want to fight like that. I get it. I'm not gonna act like anyone's an asshole necessarily. I'm just saying that the product has decreased in quality specifically because nerd coaches are like, well, you see, you should be throwing your punches at 80% and don't commit to them completely and totally because you don't want to get tired. You don't want to get tired in this fight. All right, now let's drill. We're gonna drill our 3-2-3 because that's what's gonna win you the fight. And it just kind of sucks. There's very little daring is the word. There's very little daring in modern MMA now, you know, and it can kind of suck. It can kind of suck, you know. So beginning of round 3. Ooh, nice overhand from Nickel, who is standing in a righty stance now. Nate K81, can we have your picks? I haven't really picked anybody, I got to be honest with you, but if I had to pick people on the fly, I would say I want to see Bo Nickel win because I do want to see him do well. I do want to see him do well, right? Other than that, Charles Oliveira versus Michael Chandler, that's a tough one because I like both of them. I don't think I could pick, but if I had to, I'd say maybe Charles Oliveira because you know, he won the last time and Michael Chandler did very, very well in that last one, but I think that Charles Oliveira has the tools to beat Michael Chandler. I don't think it was just a fluke last time, but I don't know. I'm not the guy you want to make betting decisions on when it comes down to it, right? And then John Jones versus Stipe. Like I said in the beginning, the smart money is on Stipe. Smart money is Smart money is on Jones. Is on Jones. As much as I love Stipe, you know, the heart says Stipe. The brain says Jones. No, the midsection from Paul Craig. Again, kind of lackluster. If we're being honest here. But that's what it is. You can hear the crowd kind of like, whoa. Oh, hey. There's another overhand left from what's his face, Bo Nickel, kind of partially landed on the target. Calf kick from Bo Nickel dislodges Paul Craig's leg. A high kick from Craig, defended by Bo Nickel. Ooh, okay. Again, like I said, that overhand left has been money all night, you know. That overhand left was money all night. You know, and I think he hurt Paul Craig. You know. Craig against the cage right now, looking a little bit nervous. Bo Nickel also almost radiating nervous energy too. He doesn't want to over pursue. You don't want to over pursue when you hurt someone, but right now Nickel's under pursuing. You know, he let Paul Craig completely recover from that by the time he decided he was going to throw. You know, when you get someone against the cage, you want to be working your jab. And you want to be working different levels with it, right? You don't have to constantly like be flicking it out there, but you know you're here, fake, jab to the body, right? Jab, cross to the body, cross to the head, right? You almost you chop up your rhythm a little bit because it makes you harder to deal with, and you don't want to get into a protracted firefight. You want to keep everything nice and controlled. Excuse me, and that's where nerd MMA could come into play in a certain sense, right? That's where nerd MMA would work, is when you have someone hurt and against the cage. You get a cool finish that way. But the way these guys are fighting right now is, like I said, it feels like they're sparring with each other. It feels like they're just sparring. No one's really going for it. And it's just like, that sucks, you know? I was hyped that Bo Nickel was fighting. I was like, oh man, cool. Maybe we'll get something cool. And here we are now. Yeah, they're literally just standing there looking at each other. Bo Nickel, who has not done much more than Paul Craig this fight, is taunting Paul Craig, trying to be like, hey, come on, come on. And yeah, that's stupid. That is dumb. That is dumb. That is dumb as hell. All right. End of the fight.
Mas a gente vai saber a decisão oficial na sequência. Quero saber do Daniel Maia e do Rodrigo Minotauro quem foi que boletou essa vitória. Eu acredito que o gol limpo, mas não para tirar essa onda toda. Não foi uma luta.
Sorry, I'm just chewing right. I'm just chewing right now. Just give me a second. Need a chew break.
Conseguiu realmente botar o Craig no vídeo. Acho que foi uma expectativa grande da luz dele, é melhor não ter estudado, a luta bonita, né? Super.
Oh, excuse me.
Na trocação, achei que o Craig fosse muito melhor que ele. Para mim, ganhou o segundo e o terceiro round bem. O primeiro foi muito parelho dele. Eu gostei mais da posição do Craig.
I forgot Trump was there.
Passou com um patamar mais alto, pegou caras mais. Né, pegou um cara mais duro, talvez, que nunca pegou na carreira dele, que foi o Craig. Olha só. Ó, mas se quiser entrar na grande liga, ele vai ter que performar muito mais do que performou hoje. Eu comparo ele ao em segundo, ó. Ele era um bom wrestler, começou a trocar, mas ele ainda não está fazendo bem. Pelo menos, ele acumulou mais 15 minutos de tempo de toque, era bom para ele.
Sorry, I'm just taking this opportunity to finish off the lasagna. You know, my fucking Garfield ass sitting here eating my lasagna. Everyone booing. Yeah. Oh yeah. You know, it's like I said, MMA is a by the numbers game. It doesn't matter that the fight sucked. It doesn't matter that there was no real damage done to anybody, that nobody really won that fight. Could you say anyone really won that fight? Even now they're booing. Like, yeah, there's got to be a winner because it's a sport, and of course they're going to pick somebody who did better than the other guy, but, like, this fucking, like, it sucked, you know? And dudes know that the only thing that matters is the number in the win column versus the loss column, and how many of those wins came back to back to back. And because of that, they'll fight boring. And then they'll turn around when they were one half of the most boring fight you've ever seen in your life, and they'll be like, yeah, the other guy made it fucking boring, dude. It's like, what do you mean? All you had to do was seriously try to hurt the guy, and it would have been a much more exciting fight. It would have been so much more exciting if you had actually tried, but you didn't. You fucking didn't. So shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna try something real quick here, because I don't like. There's something weird to me about Twitter's view system. Like right now, it says I have almost 3,300 people watching me, and there's something about that I find fishy. I don't 100% believe that I have 300. Yeah, like I almost there's a piece of me that's like, nah, there's no way I have almost 3,300 people watching me. There's no way. Yeah, it's just weird. It's just weird, you know. And I doubt it, because I just feel like there's got to be some kind of caveat, you know. There's got to be a caveat of some sort. There's got to be something that's like there's some piece that's just bullshit.
Esse aí, cara, é o Carl Anthony Towns, jogador de basquete do New York Knicks. Craque de bola.
Yes.
Hall da Fama, celebridades presentes.
Celebridade.
Evelyn Rodrigues com informações sobre Charles do Bronx.
Quando a primeira filha do Charles do Bronx
Oh, excuse me.
nasceu, a Tyler, o brasileiro fez uma promessa de que ia se tornar campeão do UFC.
I'm literally about to try my best to edit this shit on the fly. On the fly. Back. Put it in the back. Oh yeah, and then I gotta add an image real quick. Psalm 144. So yeah, this is gonna be an excerpt from Psalm 144. Excuse me. Praise be to the Lord. Praise be to the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. I think I'm actually gonna change that because I don't know why rock was capitalized. That is a little bit weird. We're just waiting on the next fight right now, and it's coming up. But you know, maybe I'll go ahead and I'll use the add text function instead. Hold on. You know what? Screw it. I know what I'll do. So we're waiting on Charles Oliveira versus whatever it's called. We're waiting on Charles Oliveira versus not Justin Gaethje. I'm watching Michael Chandler beat up Justin Gaethje. Charles Oliveira versus Michael Chandler. Where are you seeing that? Maybe it was total viewers over time, and that's kind of what I'm wondering about. Is like, I don't know. You sure it's not just total viewers over time? But even then, like 3,300 viewers on my shit would still be quite a bit for what I usually would do. Anyway, yeah, I'm seeing it on my Streamlabs though, and then you can also go to Twitter and you can see that that's about how many people are on Twitter right now. You know, I'm just creating new real quick. Bang bang. Magic eraser. All right. I'm sitting here doing work, just like, yeah, I don't have a ton to talk about right this second, which is why I'm doing that. But then also, it's like, if there really were that many people here. So, like I said, this to me is going to be one of the more interesting fights on the card because Charles Oliveira and Michael Chandler fought years ago, and you know, it was a good fight. Michael Chandler almost finished Charles Oliveira, if I remember correctly, but then Charles came back in the second round, and it was just a good fight. It was a good fight. You know, these are two guys that it's fun to watch them fight each other, and you know, I can't wait to see how it goes down. Can't wait to see how it goes down. Oh, excuse me.
Mostrar que ele pode vencer, ele tá vindo com sede de vitória, e agora com certeza, né, ele sabe que eu sou.
Com certeza. E agora, com certeza. Ah. Interesting. Okay. Fuck.
don't want to do this to Michael Chandler, man. One of us is going to build faster than the other.
Yeah, I think that's viewers over time. Might be because of the UFC title. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably it, you know? Anywho, what's going on, Slugo? How you doing, man? And Beanie Berg, anyone have a good link? Mine are crashing. Nah, I don't, because you know there's a lot of illegal links out there that you definitely shouldn't look into. You know, like Stream East, you shouldn't go to them because they're an illegal link. You know, SportSurge.2 has a bunch of illegal links. If somebody slides you one of those, definitely don't use those ones. You know, I'm just trying to keep you protected from all the illegal links and stuff like that, so you don't get in trouble or anything like that. But yeah, like if anybody gives you Sports Surge or Buff Streams or Crack Streams or anything like that, you know, you know to close that message and walk away. You know. All right. So we got Michael Chandler walking out right now. Michael Chandler is one of those dudes who he's just like it's crazy the physique he has. I'm not someone who looks at someone and is like, whoa, the physique, dude. I think there's a borderline homosexuality about that, no lie. But Michael Chandler is just a dude who is like, you know, he was just born to be yoked. You know, he was just born to look the way that he looks. There's a certain genetic piece to him that is like, yeah, he's just built that way, you know, he's just built that way.
Deu 4 treinos de desempenho no UFC, mesmo com as 3 derrotas, 2 vitórias, sempre saiu com bônus, né? 11 vitórias por nocaute, 7 por finalização. Cara, tem carteira.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I do this the right way here, because we have another minute until the fight starts. So I'm just trying to get that done, because if I don't get it done now, there is legit a chance that I will not get it done. All right. Praise be to the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war, my fingers for battle. Okay, Psalm 144, yes. Now I need to... Where the hell did I save it to, though? Oh, duh. Okay. Why does this... Dude, it sounds like... I don't know if you guys can hear Charles's walkout song, but it sounds like Brazilian Creed. Do you know the band this is, baby? It sounds like Creed if they were from Brazil. Like Creed, yeah. Creed, yeah. That's fucking crazy. Charles do Bronx Oliveira. Charles do Bronx Oliveira. All right, so we got Charles Oliveira walking out right now. You see, and it's funny too, because Charles Oliveira has like he has the same thing as Michael Chandler going on, just like in a different way. Like he was born to look gangly like that. He was just born to be skinny as fuck. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is, you know? Yeah, I usually watch once the fights are done and skim the highlights anyway, unless it's a really anticipated match. That's typically what I'll do too, you know? Scott, really surprised you're not singing along. Yeah, I didn't want to I didn't want to embarrass my wife because my Portuguese is so good. Because my Portuguese is so much better than hers. You know, I was like, nah, I'll be nice to the wife. I'll be nice to the wife. Oh, excuse me. Yes, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. That's not bad. That's not bad. What do you guys think of this? You think that's all right? I think I should oh no, that's good. That's good. Yeah. I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's bad. That's probably good. That's probably good. So yeah, hopefully it'll add to all of them. Hopefully it'll add to all of them, you know. You guys you can get a white fucking thing. See, I'm like I am a little nervous because I worked on this myself. So I'm like, what if I missed something? What if there's a speck out here that someone's gonna notice and they're gonna be like, what a fucking hack, dude. What a fucking hack. Anyway. Something good. I believe it should be. Oh yeah, duh. Yeah, let's see about this. Hopefully the back also shows this as well. Damn, I'm gonna have to do it for all of them. All right. But yeah, listen to Bruce Buffer announce this right now, right? Of course, he's doing a fucking he's doing a of course he's doing an ad read right now. But all right, that's cool. Listen. Baby. Oh, okay. See, the way it's Iron Michael Chandler. That's like the way he announces that is like fucking it pumps you up, you know? And again, it's a gladiator thing. Meanwhile, his half brother, Michael Buffer, he has a very regal sort of a high class way of doing it. Instead of going down, he goes up a lot of the time, you know? It'd be Iron Michael Chandler. It'd be something like that, right? If it makes sense what I'm trying to say. It's like an autistic thing that it's like I noticed it and it's not like I'm studying it a ton. You know, it's not like I'm studying the fuck out of it, but I am sitting here like, interesting how he does that, you know? It's interesting how he does that. But anyway, I'll go ahead and I'll shill the fuck out of this again for a second. All right? Okay? We're about to start with round one here. Oh. All right? Buy it. Fucking buy it. No, but anyway, this is all the stuff that I have with this. I was finally able to kind of sort of confirm that it's not bad, you know? So that's why I'm shilling it. But anyway, beginning of round one right now. Charles kind of has the center of the ring. He throws a front kick with the rear leg. Doesn't really go anywhere. This is a fight I don't want to take my eyes off for a second because it could end that quick. You know, it really could end that quick. Stomp kick to the leg from Charles, followed by a cross. It doesn't really land. See, Charles Oliveira is fun to watch strike because he doesn't really overextend on his punches or anything like that. Like a lot of the knockouts that you see from him, it almost looks like he's shadow boxing. It's kind of crazy, you know. A cross hook combination by Charles, followed by another front kick, followed by a stomping kick to the knee. Michael Chandler getting out of the way of both of those. Waiting to see what Michael Chandler's waiting for. You know, he hasn't really thrown anything. I think that might have been the first jab of the fight from him right there. I could be wrong, though. Charles Oliveira throws a front teep, followed by a calf kick. Doesn't really land. Again, just sort of feeling each other out right now. Charles Oliveira's been a little bit more active. Michael Chandler throws a rear kick, a rear kick, a low kick, and because Charles Oliveira checked it, they traded a couple of punches. Nothing landed too square. Charles throws a kick to the body. Michael throws a cross to the body, and then Charles shoots in for a single leg. They end up against the cage. They ended up against the cage. Charles got the takedown, and he has a leg wrapped up right now. But they're in a really peculiar position where Charles is literally sitting on top of Michael Chandler right now. He still has the leg, but Michael Chandler is figure fouring. It's kind of like a weird half guard with Charles Oliveira still trying to keep that leg. I think he should it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough to say what to do from here because Charles Oliveira can't really go to what is a traditional half guard right now because the fence is in the way. He's kind of stuck in the position that he's in, which is almost like a half. I mean, it is a half guard. It is a half guard. That's just what it is. If depending on how Michael Chandler plays his cards, he has a path to a back take. It'd just be a really, really weird back take. He would have to try and get Charles's leg, his left leg. He would have to try and shuck that. He would have to push it down and try and get a seatbelt. But it's such a weird position that they're in right now, and they're trying to work out of it. But how do you even work out of that? Charles is in a little bit of danger right now because he doesn't have anything to brace with. If Michael Chandler decided to roll to his right, he doesn't have anything that he could. He doesn't have anything that he could really post with to keep from getting swept. I'm gonna see, and Michael Chandler is definitely strong enough to be able to make that work. So I'm mostly just wondering what he's waiting for, if he is waiting for anything, you know. So they are off the cage. Charles has a more traditional looking half guard, kind of not really. It's still a very weird half guard. Chandler's just kind of chilling there on the bottom. I really don't know what he's waiting for. If he rolls to his right, he has a sweep from there. He has a reversal. I don't know if you'd classify that as a sweep, but he could. There's really nothing stopping him from doing it. The only thing that would be stopping him is Charles Oliveira's left arm, but he could easily get an overhook with that. And are we looking at a submission right now? It's kind of tough to see. It's kind of tough to see right now. No, we're not looking at a submission. Yeah, I mean, again, if Michael Chandler would just explode and bridge that way, he'd be in real good shape to roll out of that, you know? Yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird position that they're in right now. You never see a position like that. This is a half guard, but typically Charles Oliveira's left leg would not be on that side of Chandler's body. It would usually be on the other side, and he would have a little bit of an easier time of pressuring down on him. He's not doing a bad job at it right now, but he doesn't have the base that he really needs, you know? And it's like looking at this right now, Charles is practically leaning that way as is. All Chandler has to do is scoop Charles's left arm. All he has to do is go literally with his arm in there, and he can roll that way, and he's good. But he just decided not to. I don't know why. It's like I said, because Michael Chandler's a wrestler, and he's a really good wrestler. Charles Oliveira, very, very good with his jiu-jitsu. There's a chance that he kind of got stage fright because he knows that Charles is so good at his jiu-jitsu. It may have paralyzed him a little bit. Obviously that would be Charles's round. You know, he controlled pretty much all of it. And Chandler was very inactive. But this is a 3-round fight, so I think we will probably see Chandler open up a little bit more in round 2. I would at least hope. But yeah, pretty exciting thus far. You know, the grappling exchange, you know, that original scramble was really interesting, and it was weird to see them in that position. But you know, sometimes things happen. Sometimes things happen. You know, Coach, why didn't you finish Paul Gregg? Because I'm a nice guy. That's why. Because I'm a nice guy. That's why. Hey, Coach, I hope Bones gets starched and then Muchacho retires as the heavyweight champ. Oh man, that'd be funny. That would be pretty fucking hilarious. All right, so we have round 2 starting right now. Charles Oliveira throws a kick to the leg, followed by another one. See, Charles is throwing those kicks to the leg to try and get Chandler to think twice about moving in to do basically everything, you know? Because Chandler has to be able to step in to throw that jab, and if he's got to constantly worry about stepping into a stomping kick to the knee, then it's not going to be good for him. You know, he's going to have a hard time with that. He did throw a cross to the body, followed by a hook up top. I don't know if either of them landed. Maybe the cross to the body did, but I don't think the hook up top landed. Charles Oliveira moving in. Ooh, Michael Chandler slips. Michael Chandler just slipped. Charles Oliveira threw a 3-piece. It was like a cross hook and I believe a right hook, and it didn't hurt Chandler. He just kind of slipped. Ooh, cross up the middle from Oliveira, and this is what I'm talking about. The way he throws his punches is like beautiful to see because there's just no overextension. He throws just enough into it to make it hurt, to make it damage you, but it looks so nice when he's doing it, you know? It's really cool to see. You know, Chandler ended up having to run away because it just happened. He was like, oh shit. A hook cross by Oliveira. Uppercut by Chandler. He ends up framing off the right arm of Oliveira, and then he throws another one. Nothing really gets through though. High kick by Oliveira doesn't really land. Chandler loading up a left hook that doesn't really land. Ooh, a knee to the head by Oliveira. You see, Chandler needs to get on the inside, and that can be tough with somebody who's that much taller than you. Chandler's swinging for the fences right now. He actually almost got Oliveira with that. I think it was partially defended. Ooh, nice. Chandler went pitter-patter. He went like jab cross on a pitter-patter, and then he threw a hard hook that it snapped Charles Oliveira's head a little bit. And Oliveira moves in for a takedown. Chandler actually got an underhook on him and was trying to reverse position, but he ended up on the ground, and now he is in the mount position, which is not a good spot. Charles Oliveira has grapevines in. If you see what he's doing with his legs to Michael Chandler's legs, that makes it really tough for him to be able to do anything. And what's worse is Chandler is now against the fence as well, so he doesn't have anywhere he can really move. Now, one thing he can do that's kind of similar, right? It's tough. It's going to be especially tough now. If he can get that overhook that I was talking about, which he has right now, he has an overhook on Charles Oliveira's left arm, or he had one. If he can get that overhook and he can block off Charles Oliveira's leg, he can explode and roll, which I don't think that's what he was going for. He moved a little bit and it almost looked like it was going to happen, but he can explode and roll to his right, and he can reverse the position and end up in the guard, which that's still a dangerous spot to be in with Charles Oliveira, but at the very least, he's not in the mount taking these elbows that he's taking right now. Charles in the mount dropping some elbows. Again, Charles has grapevines in, but he's not really extending them in the way that he could. In fact, I wouldn't even say he has grapevines in anymore. Again, like right now, well, it's kind of tough the angle that they're at actually, but if he was at a slightly better angle, or if he wants, he could go the other way with it, right? He can block off the arm. Sitting through for a triangle. Charles Oliveira put his leg up to try and hit a triangle. You know, hitting a triangle from the top can be, he went into an S mount. I don't know if it was specifically for a triangle, but usually when somebody at least me, usually if I'm gonna go S mount from the guard when someone's flat on their back, I'm usually trying to set up a triangle or something like that, you know. Charles dropping more elbows, and the angle on Chandler's right side just keeps getting worse, but Charles actually pulled him away from the fence there, because it is actually a little bit better for him to have his head facing the fence as opposed to the fence being here, right? You'd rather have the fence here than here, you know? And Chandler trying to explode. Don't know what the plan was there. He bumped his hips and he tried to turn, I think is what was going on there. You know, obviously everything is a lot easier said than done all the time, every time, right? But like I don't think Oliveira would be able to do much if he would just block off the arm, block off the leg, and try and roll, you know? In fact, I'll even see if I can find that right now, right? I'll see if I can find that on YouTube right now. Well, we'll go ahead and we'll see if we can take a look at it. Roll out of mount. Roll out of mount position.
Okay,
This
so
might be it right here. I'm not 100% sure. Let's go ahead.
And all of a sudden, your frames, the knee,
All right.
bridge, and stretch them.
Oh, yeah.
And then do a swing.
That's not exactly what I was looking for. Not exactly what I was looking for. Rolling back take. Damn. Mount, escape, bridge, and roll. Oh, nope, get out of here. So this is kind of what I was talking about here, right?
Comes out to the side, and as I bridge, I'm going to open this leg to trap that leg. Now from here, the other leg, we're going to post to the side that we're going to bridge, and I'm going to look, and I'm going to do a big bridge, and then roll.
See, it's obviously, like I said, everything is a lot easier said than done. But as far as mount escape goes, if you can hit that, it's a really easy way to get out of the mount, you know? The challenge is when somebody knows you're going for it, it becomes infinitely more difficult. Which Charles Oliveira is a high-level MMA grappler, so you would be remiss to believe that he doesn't expect something like that. But I think if anybody could hit that, I think it would be Michael Chandler. I think he's strong enough. I think he's explosive enough, you know? And I feel like he should have went for it. I feel like he should have just went for it, you know? Hook from Chandler doesn't really land. So right now, this is Charles Oliveira's fight. Oh, Charles Oliveira throws a cross, and then he tries to shoot in for a takedown. Doesn't really work. Chandler is now throwing a couple of leg kicks, but Oliveira ends up countering on that second leg kick. Chandler back against the cage right now. Charles just kind of taking his time. And this is what I was talking about when you should pursue somebody but not over pursue, is you see how Charles was mixing up attacks. He was going high then low. He was in there, but he was ready for Chandler to throw back. He ended up slipping backwards to avoid a hook from Chandler. You know, that was good. Ooh, nice. What's it called? Oliveira goes for that half plumb, and he threw an uppercut, and that hurt Chandler a little bit. You could see. He also just threw a jumping knee to the head of Chandler. That was pretty sick too. Chandler's a tough dude, man. Chandler's a tough dude. Cross hook by Chandler. I don't know exactly why he fell over, if it was from a punch or if he just slipped. But now he's starting to get a little bit pieced up. And now Charles is going for a takedown. He doesn't quite have it right this second, but I think he will get it if he keeps at it. It really depends, you see. And and there's the takedown from Charles. He ended up hitting the body lock takedown. Now he has the hooks in, and he is trying to work a rear naked choke. I don't know if it's going to work quite well though, because Chandler is hand fighting pretty well. He's got both arms on one of Charles Oliveira's arm. Charles Oliveira has a body lock on him right now. He's got a figure four, which is that much harder to get out of. And then also it squeezes your midsection, which makes it really, really tough to breathe properly. Charles is still trying to work that triangle right now, but Chandler is doing a good job of hand fighting, you know. It's Chandler's just in a really bad position, man, you know. He's in a really bad position right now. I mean, there's definitely things he could do, but again, it's all easier said than done. And like in this case right now, you see Charles is transitioning to a mount. He's trying to transition to a mount, and that didn't quite work. Chandler is on top, but he's still got the back take, and Charles is throwing elbows to the top of his head. You see, one thing Chandler could try to do is he could try to turn in. He could try and walk his back up further and then turn in, but again, that's easier said than done, as usual. And then one of the things that's stopping that from happening is the way that Charles has that body lock. For one thing, it's that much harder to move around in, but then what he's using his left leg for, you see his left leg is hooked on Chandler's left leg. That's stopping Chandler from being able to move in that direction, you know? If Chandler tries to move, if he tries to turn to his left, he's going to end up basically having what's happening now happen, which Charles is using that leg to straighten his leg out. You see Charles let the figure 4 go a second ago, but he immediately put it back on. He had to adjust, you know. And Charles is, no, he doesn't have the rear naked choke just yet. We have a little bit under a minute in this fight. It remains to be seen whether or not Charles will get the choke. I think Chandler at this point is just in survive mode. I think he just, it's there. Oh, but, man. Oh, man, that was, Charles almost had it. Chandler ended up attacking the hand that was going to go behind his head, though, and because of that, Charles went to here, but then Chandler was able to get out by basically brute forcing, by pushing on the elbow to kind of lift it up and then get out, which typically you're not going to want to do, but the way that Charles had it and the way Chandler was in the rear naked, it worked out for him, you know. Typically, if someone has a rear naked choke fully locked on you, you're not going to want to just try and push. You're not going to want to just try and push this up or anything like that. It's not going to work. If anything, you might make the choke worse, depending on what angle you're pushing up from. But in that case, just the way everything worked out, he was able to kind of push off. Plus, I think Charles kind of knew, like, all right, if I just keep him here the whole time, it's fine. I don't think he really felt like he needed that finish. It seemed. Did I get the rounds wrong? Because it seems less like the fight is over and more like they're in between rounds right now. Am I? Yeah, no, there's another round coming up. So I completely and totally screwed up something because I thought it was the third round. So either A, that was the second round and I am a dumbass, or B, it's a 5-round fight, which I don't see why it would be. What?
That was the third round.
That was the third round right there. So this is a 5-round fight. So I would assume this is for an interim title then? Because I don't think either of these guys are fighting for a title. Because Islam Makhachev is still around, right? Yes, this is round 4. So this is a 5-round fight. Damn, I had no clue. I had no idea at all. Chandler throws a cross to the body fall by a hook up top. It thuds, but it didn't really land. I think it landed mostly on glove. Charles throwing that stomp kick to the leg again. So it's 5 rounds, but no title. That's a pretty weird one. That's pretty weird. You know, this is the co-main, so I mean, usually they wouldn't have a 5-round co-main. I don't know why. Oh, nice. Ooh, jumping knee from Charles, but ooh, he just took a shot. Charles took a shot. You know, Chandler is still in this fight to a degree. It's just whenever there's a grappling exchange, he's either on the losing end or he's just not doing enough to try and figure it all out. And sure enough, Charles has him against the cage. So ooh, almost. Charles had him against the cage, so he level changed, and now he's in a body lock against the cage. Chandler went for that Uchimata that I showed you a little bit earlier. It didn't quite work. It was a cool attempt, though. And now Charles has the back. He was able to take him down basically with a back take. He kicked the leg out, and now he's in the same position that they were in last round. Chandler's fighting the back take, though. Charles has one hook in right now. He's trying to get his left leg in so that he can probably do that same body lock again, I would assume, and it's not quite working just because of the position that they're in. And Charles has what looks... No, he doesn't have a 2-on-1. He just has a handcuff. It's weird. Charles has a hand on this wrist, and Chandler's using that same arm to keep a hand on Charles' hand on the other side. And it looked like a 2-on-1. And now Charles is leg riding. I don't know if he has the other hook in right now. He's got his right hook in. I don't know if the other one is in, but he is making Chandler carry all his weight. It appears as though the hook might be out. I believe the hook might be out. And Chandler is trying to hand fight his way out of there. But Charles is using a half Nelson position to try and stay up and break Chandler down, and we are in the same position that we were in a second ago. Charles has a body lock with that figure 4, and they are hand fighting. Hand fighting, Charles. I almost every time I want to talk about Chandler, I keep meaning to say his name, but I say Charles by mistake. Chandler was throwing some pot shots at Charles from the from the back take position. And Chandler explodes, and now he is back to his knees, which is probably a better spot for him to be in. He's pretty close to being able to turn in, but he's carrying all of Charles Oliveira's weight right now, so they're actually in the same position now that they were in the beginning of the grappling exchange that is now taking place. They both got to be nice and sweaty right now. It'd be nice to see Chandler hand fight and try and turn in on Charles, but again, easier said than done every time. Now Charles has both hooks in, and he is crossing his feet right now. He's got to be careful with that because Chandler has Chandler actually helped him out a little bit. When somebody crosses their feet like that in the back take, specifically the way that Charles Oliveira was doing it, it would have been possible for Chandler to submit him using that. And we might have a rear naked choke here. We have the rear naked choke position. Chandler is... I think Chandler might be okay for now. He might be okay for now. You see, he's attacking the arm that's on top of the head to try and alleviate the choke, and he has successfully done that. Man. Charles Oliveira pulls back, so now they're on their back, and they're in the same position that they were in a second ago with that body lock. Chandler's leg is extended out, which means he can't turn in. He got that free, but the thing is, just because he got the leg free, it doesn't mean he's not still in the position. Charles just delivered a heel kick to the side of Chandler. I don't know if something happened there, and he just delivered another one as well, kind of in like the hip position. It's interesting to see that. That's one thing that you see from old school jiu-jitsu is like, hey, I'm on the bottom, but I'm still gonna strike you like however I can. They used to throw heel kicks, right? They used to throw heel kicks to the kidney and stuff like that. I think that's kind of a lost art of jiu-jitsu because you can use stuff like that to kind of set up certain positions. If somebody's so annoyed by getting kicked in the kidney that they want to stand back up, you can use that to create, you can use that to create space and stuff like that. And then there's other things you can do as well. Chandler gonna come. Well, that'd make two of us. That would make two of us. So yeah, we're going into round 5 right now, and Charles Oliveira has pretty much controlled this entire fight. Chandler has made it as interesting as he could make it, but unless Chandler can KO or submit Oliveira in this round, it's going Oliveira. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just not happening. It ain't happening. All right. So. Charles speaking fucking Portuguese. Michael Chandler pretending to understand. That's like when your mom tries to speak to me, baby. It's like, it's got... Eu te amo. Saudade. I'm like, hey, 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 yeah. Chandler hits that cross to the body, followed by that hook. The cross to the body landed, nothing. Ooh, that stomp kick, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Chandler goes in for that for a jab to the body, and he gets stopped because Charles Oliveira timed a stomp kick pretty well. Charles just shot in for a takedown, but Chandler was able to stuff it. Chandler really doesn't like that stomp kick. He does not like getting kicked there. He just switched stances too. He's in a lefty stance right now. That's how much he hates that kick right there. I don't know if something potentially got hurt. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, oh man, yo. Dude, Chandler might, ooh, oh my, wow, dude. How the fuck, Chandler, how does this keep happening to you, dude? This is like the third or fourth time Chandler has slipped, and this time he slipped when he actually was able to, ooh, okay, this might be a fight-ending sequence because Oliveira's getting beat right now. He's getting hit, and he's not answering. He doesn't have an answer right now. Okay, he's out of the position he was in, but he's still in, there's a half guard right now. Charles is not in a good spot, and Chandler is really trying to fight. But I think the longer we are in this position, I think the safer Charles is. Yeah, Chandler switched into a lefty stance. He was able to stun Charles. Charles was moving back, and again, Charles is moving back, and as Chandler is going in to try and finish the fight, he fucking slipped. And they ended up in the grappling exchange that they're in now, which Chandler is getting the better of Charles. He's doing a really, really good job right now, but it's just like, fuck, he had the opportunity to finish that fight right then and there on the feet. And he over-pursued, if we're being honest here. He got a little too excited. He got fucking crazy legs. He was like a female deer. He was a baby deer, and he slipped and fell. There's gonna be wacky sound TikTok edits of that, Oh man, Charles going for a triangle right now. But Chandler is postured up, so he doesn't quite have it right this second, but depending on how Chandler moves, Charles could potentially get this triangle right now. What Chandler needs to do is he either A, needs to get his right arm in between Charles's legs, or B, he needs to get his left arm out. And what you're seeing right now is Charles is trying to lock the triangle up by slowly but surely moving Chandler forward. And Chandler got wise to it basically just in time. If he was there for another second or two, I think Charles would have cinched it, and he postured back up. When someone has you in a triangle, you don't want to end up like this. You want to posture up like that, because that's going to keep you safe from the triangle itself, as well as if you end up in a triangle, it's going to help you to alleviate some of the pressure and get out of there. Chandler saying, come on, as if the whole fight wasn't this right here. Charles took him down with that same takedown from the back take. That technically isn't a back take. Ooh, I'm wondering if Charles, because he couldn't hit that. The way Charles locked up his arms, I thought he might be trying to put an arm bar in. I thought he might have been trying to set up an arm bar from the back take, but there's no way he could do that with the fence right there. It's funny, the way Charles, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that right now. It looked like Charles was going for a rear naked choke, but he didn't have it. Chandler's arm was in. The way Charles Oliveira hand fights and stuff like that is the way that we used to do things in folk style wrestling, because in jiu-jitsu, you're allowed to lock hands from the bottom. Oh man, Chandler standing up with Charles Oliveira backpacked on him. That's hilarious, bro. He's limping around with Charles Oliveira on his back, and he jumped in the air and slammed him, and now he's doing it again. He is going for it again. He is going to try it again. This is actually kind of a funny way to end this fight. This is a pretty funny way to end this fight. We have 5 seconds left, and it ain't gonna happen. Sensacional. Fucking. I thought he was hopping out of the cage to go say hello to Donald Trump. That'd be the funniest shit. Hello, Donald. Hello, Donald. Donald. Can I have the citizen? Anyway. I forget what I was gonna say. I was in the middle of saying something before that shit happened. Oh yeah, you see, in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as well as freestyle wrestling, you're allowed to lock hands on top. Meaning, when you take someone down and you're on top, you're allowed to lock hands on them. Ooh, yeah, that was a nasty stomping kick, dude. That was a nasty kick. That buckled his knee in a serious way. Ah, that sucks to fucking see, dude. That sucked to watch, man. But you can have your hands locked when you're on top in a you see this right here literally slips after he throws a fucking punch. Man, that fucking because the thing is, like, it's cool to see Michael Chandler do well. You know, he's someone that I want to see do well. Not that I don't want to see Charles Oliveira do well, but like, that would have been exciting if he was able to come back like that and make that work. But the way Charles Oliveira grapples when he's in the back take is very similar to the way that we do it in folk style. Because in folk style, as opposed to freestyle or jiu-jitsu or Greco-Roman or whatever, right? If you end up on top of somebody, you're not allowed to lock your hands in any way, whether it's here, whether it's an S grip. This is called a gable grip. This is called an S grip. This is called a blade grip. All right? You're not allowed to do any of those when you're on top in folk style. So because of that, you get used to being able to just snake your hands around somebody and make it work. You'll have your arm wrapped up here, and then another one of your arms will be here. Or you'll have an arm here, and an arm on the leg or whatever, right? And it's funny to see how Charles doesn't, at least in this fight, didn't really use a ton of seatbelt, you know? That's really a sport jiu-jitsu position. Like the back take is not a sport jiu-jitsu position explicitly, right? But when it comes to jiu-jitsu, you never see anybody doing anything other than the seatbelt a lot of the time. You know, it's very rare from what I've seen for people to have a game that is very heavy on anything other than this, right? Which one arm is here, the other arm is there, and they're grabbing around you like that. That's what the seatbelt is. And it's just funny to see that, you know? It just shows you that, like, even good jiu-jitsu guys kind of understand that, like, sport jiu-jitsu is not good for MMA.
First of all, I'd like to thank God. I'd like to thank New York for this great win. Thank you for all the love. You know, my wins have always been for my daughter, but also now I have my son Dominic. This win is for Dominic. Esse é um dos caras mais duros que eu lutei. Esse cara merece isso aqui. Esse cara tem todo o meu respeito.
He took his water. He's like, hey man, I need some of that. Give me that. Well, there you go. Again, both speaking to each other, neither understands the other, but they're just like, yeah. There is something that's just so funny to me about that. It's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious.
Quando vocês falar, quem vocês falar? Eu sou o próximo.
What?
Whoever's next in line, I'll be right there first row in January. Whoever it is, I'm the next one. Charles Oliveira, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, sir. Obrigado, Jesus. Esse é meu time, essa é a minha família. Olha, com todo o respeito do mundo. Se tu não bater, bate forte, porque se não me bater, eu vou sangrar e vou olhar pra frente. This is my team, that's my family. With all due respect, if you're gonna hit me hard, because I'm gonna win, but I'm gonna keep pushing forward along. Charles Oliveira, ladies and gentlemen.
Chama Charlinho.
Tô com os caras mais duros que existe. Mike Chandler. Esse quinto round foi um dos melhores rounds que eu já vi na vida.
Of course, it's gotta fucking do that shit.
E entrar com tudo no quinto e último round. Joe, a única coisa que eu sei fazer é ser um cara durão, um americano durão. Madison Square Garden, vocês estão entretidos? Muita gente me desafiou. Era para eu chegar aqui essa noite, fazer meu trabalho e vencer a luta. Era para eu lutar com o Islam. O Charles vai lutar. Talvez agora seja o Max pelo BMF. E Conor McGregor.
He lost a fight and he's calling. Oh yeah, because he was supposed to be fighting Conor McGregor, and Conor McGregor is just bitching out every 3 seconds, you know. So that's why he's calling out Conor McGregor. You know, this was supposed to be a fight with Conor McGregor, and he just got sick of the inactivity. So it was like, all right, whatever. I gotta get my ass out of here and just do it. You know. All right. So up next is the main event, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna see how that goes. I don't know when or how it's gonna end, you know, but we'll see if you know, we'll like I said, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
Tá de olho em John Jones e Miocic. E aí o presidente americano Donald Trump, Elon Musk tá por ali na área também, Kid Rock, tá naquele papo ali com o Chandler, né? Legal, legal. Bom demais, hein? Galera, 2h45 da madrugada, pode respirar, dá um golinho da água aí, dá um golinho da tua cervejinha aí, ficou esquentando durante 25 minutos, você ficou vendo essa luta no chat. Tá de boa, tá liberado, vai lá no banheiro, faz o número 1, respira fundo. E meu amigo, porque tem que ter o coração, tem que estar em dia. Luta do chat, coração.
Just checking Twitter, trying to keep up with fucking with everything that's going on.
Na luta principal, olha o homem aí. O homem mais temido do planeta. O maior de todos os tempos está na casa. John Paul Jones. 27 vitórias. Uma derrota no peito. Ele vem para sua defesa de cinturão. E do outro lado temos o maior peso pesado da história do UFC. O homem com 4 defesas de título. Tranquilo ali, ó, bocejando. Stipe Miocic. Vamos pro intervalo, voltamos já para a luta principal. Você vai ter essa.
Fucking. Fucking, what was I gonna say? The blacksmith from 2.5, he said, okay, all caught up, get Alex to a battered women's shelter for real. Yeah, honestly, like, Alex is clearly in a very toxic relationship. It is an extremely abusive relationship, and he needs to get the hell out of there. And he talks exactly like a battered man would speak, you know? When it comes to abusive relationships, they tend to be a lot easier to spot with men because they aren't hidden as well, right? They aren't hidden as well because women think that they're just allowed to do and say whatever the hell they want all the time, regardless of regardless of like what is right or wrong. And because of that, that lady felt complete, and I use that term very loosely, lady. That bitch came in and started smacking the fuck out of Alex just for being around other women. just for being friends with other women and shit like that. She did that because she specifically felt like it was okay, because her entire life she was told it was okay by a bunch of different groups of people. When it comes to women on male abuse, for one thing, I truly believe that when it comes to man on woman abuse, for one thing, I sincerely believe that male on female abuse is not as prevalent as female on male abuse, and it takes more forms, right? The female on male abuse is more common and it takes more forms than male on female abuse. But like, when male on female abuse is occurring, it's usually something that's behind closed doors. It's very hush hush, you know, and the signs might be there, but they're not as it's not as open as when it's the other way around, because societally it is frowned upon, and it should be. It should be, of course. You know, you shouldn't be hitting people. That's not cool. But sorry, again, I was looking at something. Looking at something real quick. Anyway, bottom line, Alex needs help, man. You know, Alex needs help, and I think Sam is trying to help him while he's there. But you can only help someone so much. If somebody doesn't want the help, then they're not gonna take it. They're just gonna be an asshole about it, you know. And like, not to even call Alex an asshole, that word just kind of came out, but there is a certain amount of like, sometimes the person is being an asshole to the people that are trying to help them. They're just like, oh, but you know, and you know, this is what it is. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and grab. Oh man, I gotta be up earlier tomorrow. It's a pain in the ass. What you gonna do though? You know, I was supposed to do a private lesson today, but I got to the gym. I'm supposed to do a private lesson. I get to the gym and there's a fucking birthday party going on at my gym. Because that's what a lot of gyms will do, just to make a little bit extra money on the side. They'll buy like Nerf guns and shit like that. It's just something some gyms will do. They'll rent space to people. And that's what was happening at my gym today. Just at the same time, I had no clue it was happening. So, yeah, it is what it is. So we had to reschedule to tomorrow earlier in the day. And I'm just like, oh, fuck, you know. But tomorrow we will be playing Oblivion, okay? Tomorrow we're going to be playing Oblivion on stream. It's going to be the 6th or 7th installment of that. And we're going to have a good time with it. You know, I've been having a really good time with the Oblivion streams. You know, and it's, you know, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Alex is a G, gets beat by a 380-pound Burt-loving Latina queen hood shit. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You know? Oh, excuse me. Found a husky running around while I was walking my dog. Let him in an apartment building that might not even be its home. Oh, man, that'd be fucking crazy. Somebody just walking around in their apartment. They walk out of their apartment building and a husky is just wandering around. Just wandering around.
Think about the legacy of Jones, the legacy of Stipe, the greatest mixed martial artist of all time versus the greatest heavyweight of all time. Despite the having happened, it's the most intense UFC title fight ever. And the best fighter he's ever fought. Maybe the best fighter I've ever fought. I know Stipe is the alpha.
Seems like Discord's fucked up. I tried to check Discord on my phone. And it didn't work. I tried to check it on my. I tried to check it on my not my stream, my desktop, and it's still not working. I have no clue what the issue is. Let's okay. Let's get that out of here. I did not mean to jump in there. I want to see what is going on here. Ah, yes. No, yeah. Messages are failing to load and shit like that. I wanna see what happens if I hit send. Yeah, I mean it's got to be something on Discord's end because I mean everything else is working fine for now. You know. Aspinall keeps busting nuts in y'all's mouth. Run Discord as admin. And maybe I'll try that in a minute. Buggin'. I mean, Aspinall is a real challenge for John Jones. Like, Stipe, like I said, I don't think John Jones is going to walk right through Stipe, but I do think John Jones is probably going to beat Stipe. You know, I think that's probably what is going to happen, and I think everybody kind of believes that to some degree. Zaza Gilberesh says, I think the dog will be all right. Hopefully it's microchipped. There are a lot of immigrants in that apartment, though, and Middle Easterners tend to be terrified of dogs. He was nice, though. Yeah, that's like a thing in Islam, is you're not allowed to touch dogs. Like, if you touch a dog, you have to go through, like, a ritual bath that's, like, hours long or something like that. So when it comes to dogs, that's like a no-no, you know? You feel free to be a Muslim all you want, but the second you tell me to get rid of my dog, it's like, nah, you know, get out of here. Vic says Discord's acting up for him too. Yeah, and I mean Twitter's fine, you know.
De performance, finalização, nocaute, campeão, ex-campeão de pesos pesados, campeão de wrestling pelo Cleveland State.
Excuse me.
Também jogou beisebol pelo Cleveland State.
The Haitians will take him. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Foi campeão do Golden Gloves, dos eventos mais prestigiados de boxe dos Estados Unidos.
They're talking about Stipe. They're like campeão de Golden Gloves. Fucking Gold Gloves champion. Oh, man.
E cara aí, né, que muita gente vê como underdog, mas underdog muito pedreira pro John Jones.
I'm looking at Twitter. All Twitter for me right now is fucking all it is for me right now is just like Elon Musk stuff, a few MMA posts, and then there's like, you know, there's fucking and then there's fish tank stuff, you know. Yeah. Yeah.
Ele sabe que é importante para a história dele, então ele voltou para fazer essa luta.
Oh man. Oh man. Man, oh man. Fucking John Jones walking out to 50 Cent, Many Men, because of course, because everybody who is like ever criticized once on the internet decides they're gonna have that song as like an anthem or something like that. No Diddy for Jones. No sir, no Diddy for Jones. Oh boy. What if Jones walked into the fucking what if Jones walked into the post? There was like a support beam made out of white brick, What if he just like? What if he accidentally just went like, what? He wasn't paying attention. He's a little bit too hyped, and he just accidentally, you know. That would have been fucking crazy. That would have been hilarious.
Campeão em março de 2011, em cima de outra lenda de Maurício Shogun Rua. E de lá pra cá, vem
Oh man,
uma luta consecutiva.
I got a couple migraines this week, so now I'm nervous about migraines. I went without them for a while because I was doing physical therapy, and then since I haven't been working to do the physical therapy, it's been getting better. But I don't know what happened just this week. I got 2 migraines randomly. I guess I was due for them. So I was kind of like, oh man, oh dude, oh man, Sucks. Sucks ass.
Mas o John Jones é essa estrela. Foi no peso meio pesado, grandes confrontos, marcantes com o Daniel Cormier, 2 vitórias, né, John Jones. Uma delas foi
Yeah, Discord's definitely fucking up right now. Discord is most certainly fucking up right now.
Mas mudou de categoria e agora é o cara, o melhor lutador do mundo na categoria peso pesado. Gigante.
E tá ali com o Gordon Ryan, né? Maior atleta de submission da atualidade.
Sim, embora atleta de jiu-jitsu não é sempre bom da qualidade.
Yeah, even Abby 20 minutes ago said, "Is Discord down right now or something?" Yeah, it definitely is.
Mais vitórias pelo título na história do UFC são 15. Curiosamente, há um tempo atrás, né, foi liberada por tonelada de cima para baixo, e foi justamente aqui o desqualificou, né? Na única derrota.
Just kind of waiting for Jones to get in there.
André, e o Greg Jackson ali, né, do lado esquerdo da tela.
Funny seeing John Jones look old, He was. I'm pretty sure he still is, but if not, then at the time he was the youngest UFC champion. He won it in his like very early 20s. He might have been like 20 or 21 years old or something like that, I think, which no, actually I think he might have been a little bit older. But it's pointing to Donald Trump like, hey.
O maior de todos os tempos está na área. Lenda contra lenda da UFC 309. Vamos às informações.
Aspinall cash in money in the bank briefcase. Hell yeah. I'd be afraid to be MMA Guru and meet Jones. Why? Does MMA Guru talk mad shit? At least with the ducking talk, people aren't talking about the closeted stuff. The closeted stuff. What do you mean the closeted stuff? Why does no one come out to "Why Can't We Be Friends" by War? That'd be like I would expect that from Creator Clash. I would expect that from Creator Clash, honestly. Somebody would walk out to that like, haha, yeah, because that's the joke. We're in a boxing match. We're supposed to be trying to beat the hell out of each other, but instead I'm coming out to "Why Can't We Be Friends" because that's funny. That's funny. Haha, that's hilarious. Ha ha ha. And it's like, holy shit. Holy shit. I think Dick's sword might be back up. Seems like things are working again. There's audio of a comedy set with apparently Jones in the crowd with a boyfriend. Oof. Oof, man. I don't know if I believe that, but that'd be pretty hilarious if it was.
UFC heavyweight contender in the world, the challenger, Stipe.
My coach actually owned the promotion that Jon Jones had his first professional fight on. No, he's originally from New York. I don't know what part. It might be upstate. And upstate New York is it runs parallel to Massachusetts and Vermont. And MMA up until I want to say like 7 or 8 years ago maybe, it was illegal in the state of New York. So you could practice it obviously, but if you wanted to fight, you had to go into a neighboring state. So you had dudes from upstate New York who would go into Massachusetts to fight, you know, and that's how Jon Jones ended up on my coach's card. All right, so Jones versus Miocic. Now, the thing with this is, even though we think Jon Jones probably will win, there are a couple of things that Stipe has, which is one, height. He's a similar height to Jon Jones. Like, even right there, you know, Jones throws a cross up the middle, catches Stipe. Stipe catches Jones on the way out. Jones has trouble with dudes that are his size, which, again, is one of my main issues with Jon Jones when it comes to the greatest of all time talk. I don't think he deserves it because it's so clear that he just is a size bully, and that's like 90% of his shit. And then the other thing is Stipe has decent grappling. So it's going to be tough for Jon to really impose his will in the way that he probably would normally because of those two factors. You know, they're just kind of trading kicks right now. Both of them cross up the middle from Stipe. Jon slips it. You see, like, you can even see in the way that Jon reacts to these punches and things like that, you know? The way he reacts to getting pressed by a taller guy looks a little bit less coordinated, and it looks a little bit more frantic than when he was young in his career before heavyweights and light heavyweights kind of started getting to be his size in the first place. Oh, that was a nice takedown. That was definitely a nice takedown from Jon Jones. That was really good right there, I will say. Stipe trying to get to his knees, being kept there by Jones, who is now in a guard position, potentially a half guard. Yes, a half guard position here. But Stipe shrimping out, getting to a guard. Jon dropping an elbow on him. Dropping a couple more elbows on him. See, I don't think Jon is going to be able to walk through Stipe, but like I was saying, like a lot of the reactions Jon has to people who are his size, it tends to be a little bit less coordinated and a little bit more frantic. You can tell he definitely feels like he's in danger, and there may even be a little bit of panic going on. So, you know, we're going to see, especially this right here, if Jones can capitalize on that. Right now, Stipe is just kind of holding position, trying to hand fight, keep himself from getting beat up too much. You know, he's in a half guard right now. John is not pressuring down on him too much, which is why Stipe was able to shrimp and pull a guard right now. So Stipe should be trying to go for butterflies, or he should be trying to go for feet on the hips, which is kind of tough right now because he is up against the cage. John passed the guard into side control. Stipe trying to get up to his knees. It's not quite working. John is pressuring down on him, and now they are back in that original half guard position right there. John's taking his time. You know, he's dropping elbows and stuff like that. He's starting to pick it up a little bit more. And Stipe uses his left leg to push off of John to kind of interrupt that a little bit. Yeah, Stipe keeps having elbows dropped on him, you know, and they aren't having that much of an effect on him, but I mean, those will add up. And then in addition to that, if John does decide to pick it up again, the referee might end up calling it. You know, you got to be careful because even when punches and things aren't hurting, if you're just sitting there taking them and you're not defending them or just well enough, the referee might end up stopping it, you know. I was actually pretty surprised they didn't stop the fight when Charles was getting hammer fisted by Chandler last fight. You know, that was borderline where it's like, I don't know, they might stop that quick. Stipe kicks off of the cage. He ends up pulling a guard. He now has a closed guard on John. Not really doing too much work from the bottom, but at the very least, he's in a guard now, so it's a little bit better than a half guard or side control or anything like that. I'm pretty sure I just saw Jones drop 2 headbutts on Stipe. I might be wrong with that. He might have just been throwing an elbow, and the way his head went down, it looked like a headbutt, but that was a very weird thing. Jones stands up. He ends up passing the guard. He is now in a side control, and Stipe is off the cage now, so he's actually going to be able to work a little bit easier on certain things. Stipe is relaxed right now, and that is what I'm liking, even though he's not in a good spot. Like, this is definitely John's round. He is relaxed. He's not panicking. He's taking his time. This is a 5-round fight. It's never a good thing to be giving a round up. I was saying it's never a good thing to be given a round up, but I mean, you know, I'm not completely discouraged by Stipe right now. I think this next round is really going to be how we're going to see Stipe do. Whether it's a repeat of this and that's just what the whole fight is, it's just a repeat of round 1 each round, or if you're going to see Stipe a little bit more active and a little bit more able to impose his will on John. I think this second round is really going to be it, you know. He took a lot of what John has to offer, and, you know, he's looking okay right now. You know, a little bit of a cut right here, but, you know. So yeah, I think we're gonna see the takedown here. Stipe got caught off guard, and John was able to kind of hit that scissor takedown. You know, that was a really good takedown. You know. So yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to their hands, they're probably about similar. You know. I want to see if Stipe can end up on top. I want to see what will happen. I have a feeling John might be able to stand back up on bottom, but you know, other than that, like I think if this stays boxing, Stipe could win. I think if it ends up on the ground, Jones is definitely going to win. So it really comes down to how well Stipe can sprawl and avoid certain things. And of course, Jones sticking his hand out in that classic way that he does, you know, leading with the fingers and shit like that, you know. It's crazy how referees see him doing that, and they don't even so much as warn him a lot of the time, you know. It's really interesting how that happens. And you see what I'm kind of talking about when it comes to having striking exchanges with, like, taller guys and shit like that, you know. Like, he's really, like, frantic when it comes to trying to get out of there. He's also not big on his own offense either, you know? Nice kick to the midsection by John. Stipe just sort of stalking right now. They're both sort of stalking each other a little bit. Stipe threw a jab to the body, but nothing too huge. Otherwise, he slipped to the inside of a jab from John. Stipe opening up with his hands a little bit. Nothing too crazy. You know, he's working the body. I'm wondering if that's part of a game plan or something like that. You know, he ended up throwing a hook to the liver. I don't know how well it landed, but he might be trying to make deposits, and you know, later in the fight he might be able to make that work for him. You know, we'll see though. John Jones threw a rear kick to Stipe's midsection, and I don't know what they were saying, but the announcers kind of perked up. I don't know what the deal with that is, you know, if they're nut riding, but you know, not a whole lot of action right now. You know, I think it's because they know, hey, this is a 5-round fight, and we're fucking heavyweights, dude. We don't need to be trying to kill each other the whole time, you know. As of right now, though, I would honestly say this is Stipe's round, simply because he's been a little bit more active in a meaningful way. But truth be told, that doesn't mean too much as of right now. We're a little bit over halfway through the round right now. John's picking it up a little bit. He's throwing single punches, you know, just like Stipe is. But yeah, as of right now, I would give this round to Stipe for the most part. Oh, hey, nice knee by John Jones from that Thai plum. Slip a jab. Getting tagged by a jab. Stipe by John Jones. Ooh, nice cross up the middle by Stipe. I don't think John liked that very much, but I don't think it hurt him. I just think he probably didn't like it. He's like, oh, fuck. Again, this is not the most exciting round. I don't think the pace is going to pick up too much. I hope it does, obviously. But what I think will happen is we'll probably start seeing punches that when they land, people are seriously like, oh, fuck, you know. It looks like John either A, partially got hit by a jab when Stipe was moving forward, or he just barely got out of the way. I don't know which. Oh, hey. Kick from John to the midsection. See, what's his face? Stipe has his hands down low. So does John. But, like, I am a little bit worried about Stipe specifically, because John Jones, he's landed that head kick before, specifically on Daniel Cormier. He's landed that head kick before. Oh, excuse me. And John Jones, if there is one thing John Jones is okay at, it's playing the long game, you know? If he notices a pattern, he can play the long game pretty well. Ooh, got tagged there by Stipe. Again, like, this round is almost kind of tough to score right now. Oh, hey, nice kick from John. A spinning back kick. I don't know if it landed completely, but, you know. Ooh, nice hook from John. That one landed. Jab partially slipped by Stipe. Again, it's kind of hard to say who wins this round. There's a piece of me that kind of wants to say it's Stipe, but there was just so little action here. There was just so little that happened in round 2 that it's like, it's actually kind of hard, because it feels like it was about equal. It really feels like it was about equal there. So it is a bit of a, it's a toughie. It's a toughie, that's for sure, you know? Yeah, I mean, overall, I really don't have too much to say to either of them. That's why I immediately started checking my fucking, that's why I started checking my Twitter for more fish tank stuff. I see Connor threw a teep at somebody. I don't know if it was Job or not. It didn't quite look like Job, but, yeah, I mean, I don't know what I could say to either of them. Obviously, John Jones is probably going to feel pretty confident on the ground, you know? He's probably going to want to try and put it back on the ground. Stipe, I think he wins most of the striking exchanges, you know? And I'd like to see Stipe a little bit more active, because when he throws, John wants to get out of there. John doesn't want to counterattack. He wants to get the hell out of there. He's always trying to get out. And work. Ooh, nice jab from John. And working the body. Ooh, that was a nice. And you see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see right here from Stipe. He's moving in on John, and when he does that, John doesn't want to counter. He just wants to get the hell out of there. He's straight up turned around and ran a couple of times this fight, So if Stipe becomes the aggressor, which, he does want to make sure, because this is round 3 of 5. If Stipe becomes the aggressor, he's going to be in much better shape. If he can also... Ooh, nice uppercut. If he can also follow that jab from John back in, because John's throwing a lot of just single jabs that are almost kind of lazy. If he can follow that back in after slipping or, just parrying or whatever, he'll be in good shape. Because John's throwing single jabs, and then when he sees Stipe coming in behind that jab, he just wants to get away, a inner leg kick by John. Stipe eats it. Oh, nice right hook from John. I don't think it landed. I said right hook. I meant left hook from John. I don't think it landed. And John is in a righty stance right now. He just threw a leg kick on Stipe. Ooh, jab. Ooh, cross. Oh, man, he hurt him. He hurt Stipe. Oh, Stipe hurt John. Stipe caught John caught a cross right up the middle, and he immediately initiated a clinch, He didn't want that anymore. It's like I said, John's afraid of getting clipped. If Stipe would just be a little bit more active, I think he would be able to turn this round around, because as of right now, I would say that even on the feet, John is winning right now. Oh, that kick was a little bit higher that time. Stipe ended up deflecting it, though. John bops Stipe. Ooh, I'm not sure if that was checked or not. There was an inner leg kick thrown by John. See, this is a lefty versus righty battle, so if you kick with your rear leg, it's always going to be an inner leg kick for the most part. So yeah, I mean, as of right now, ooh, nice jab from John. John's finding his range with his jab, which is good for him, I would, as of right now, give this round to John. We are a little over halfway through the round. There is time for Stipe to take it back, but again, he's got to become a little bit more aggressive. He's got to start landing a little bit more. He's in the range to be able to land, and he could just. If he just focuses on landing one shot at a time, just like that, he threw 2 punches, a hook, and then a cross, he landed it. If he just focuses on landing 1 or 2 punches at a time, he'll be fine. Because any more, and John tries to run away, John tries to run away if any other punches end up being thrown after those first 1 or 2 punches. So, if he just focuses on basically doing what John is doing right now, just using his jab, just popping them, just one at a time, he'll be fine, Jones harassing a 40-year-old firefighter. Yep. Ooh, nice cross up the middle from Jones. Again, Jones is just trying to land 1 punch at a time right now, right? And it's working for him. It's working for him. And the reason it's working for him is because even though Stipe is returning with... Oh, that was nice. I was saying, even though Stipe... Ooh, nice punch from Stipe on the dirty boxing. But even though Stipe is returning with more punches, since he's not being the aggressor, since he's trying to counter, it's not working very well because John is landing and then he's getting the hell out of there. Oh, what happened? It was a spinning heel kick. I don't know if it was low or not. Like it looked weird. The way Stipe reacted to it looked weird. I don't know if it was a low kick or not, but like a low blow or not. I would assume it wasn't. Because if it was a low blow, I have a feeling somebody would have stepped in at some point, They would have been like, whoa, whoa, hey, you got him in the nuts, dude. You got him in the nuts, dude.
Que ele fez isso nos últimos 13 anos. John Paul Jones, o melhor de todos.
I'm waiting to see the replay. We'll know it was a low blow if they don't show the replay. So yeah, what I was saying is John was focused on one punch at a time, and that was working for him. If Stipe was more of the aggressor, it would have been good. Oh no, that was definitely a beautiful kick right there. That was a really, really good kick, you know. He might have broken something there. It wouldn't surprise me if he broke something. That just barely snuck through. But yeah, that was a really good kick. Good on Jon Jones for that. But if Stipe was just a little bit more aggressive, right? I think he could have took it to Jon Jones, and that's tough because it's like Joshua Tomeo said. Jones harassing a 40-year-old firefighter. We're talking heavyweights and we're talking an old man, right? How old is Jon Jones, by the way? Oh, I have a computer right in front of me. I don't need to use my phone. I'm just curious. Oh, what am I doing? Why can't I find his fucking Wikipedia? Oh, no. I did Jon Jones versus Stipe. I need to look for Jon Jones. 87. So he is 37. 37. All right. That's not too much of an age difference between him and Stipe, but the difference between them is Stipe is very clearly at the end of his career. He fought Ngannou and lost last time. He could have easily gotten an immediate rematch, but he decided not to because he decided he didn't want to. I would assume anyway. I don't see why the UFC wouldn't grant him an immediate rematch. I know that the UFC is fucky sometimes, but I don't think they're that fucky as to where Stipe would not get an immediate rematch after losing to Ngannou that second time. Because that rubber match, that third match between them, would have been that would have generated so much money, right? It would have generated dumbass money. So yeah. Again, it's just a situation where Jon Jones wanted a fight that he knew he was going to be able to win. And it just, yeah, here we are now. Everybody knew this was going to be more or less the, everybody knew that's what was going to happen. Everybody knew that's what was going to happen. Oh, excuse me. Trying to fucking make sure I stretch. Oh man, yeah, that wasn't the worst fight I've ever seen. There were some cool moments. I like the knockout. The knockout was a good one. Oh no. Actually, Stipe is 42 years old. I guess Stipe is 42 years old. All right. Okay. That's a little bit different. You get 5 or more years older and you're in your late 30s as is. Yeah, that kind of makes a difference. That does kind of make a difference here. That was some WWE shit. Oh boy. Snurf G said that was a bit early to call IMO. Nah, I don't think it was because Stipe was really, really hurt and he immediately started getting blasted.
Sei que todos nós gostaríamos de ver você continuar, mas o que você sente agora? Já que está nesse momento, todo mundo está torcendo, tá feliz. Eu quero agradecer Jesus Cristo.
John brings up Jesus. It's like, all right, man. Okay. You see, like when it comes to someone like Jon Jones, Jesus Christ specifically came to the earth for people like Jon Jones. That's just the way it is. We want to look at what he's done and believe that, like, oh, he's a bad guy and he's irredeemable. And yeah, I don't like Jon Jones for the things that he's done. But when it comes down to it, Jesus came down for the sinners, not the saints. And someone like John Jones invoking the name of Christ, it's actually not as out of place as you might think it is. However, the way he's doing it, it very, very clearly is just him trying to seem like he's a spiritual, lyrical individual, is what he is, you know? And he is very clearly putting on an act, right? So yeah, it's just stupid. It's not as stupid as you might assume it is, but it's definitely fucking stupid. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
Versão do Donald Trump.
I'm looking for fish tank stuff now.
Campeão americano. Tenho orgulho de ser campeão americano cristão. Como sempre, John, uma honra narrar sua luta. O que você fizer, mal posso esperar, eu vou estar aqui. De todos os tempos, senhoras e senhores. John.
All right. Well, it is getting late, and I got to be up on the earlier side tomorrow. That was a good time. I had a good time. All right. I hope you guys had a good time. Somebody told me that Frank and Alex fought today, but I didn't see anything at all regarding that. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that that did not happen. You know, I think I would have been tagged in it a million times, you know. There's a lot of people that tag me and shit, and it's like, oh man, you know. Like, people thought I was going to be Wild Randy. They were, like, speculating that I might be Wild Randy. And it's like, no, like, I originally thought Wild Randy would have been Alex Stein. Because, after all, he was Wild Randy for 2.5. I figured if they were going to rehash that character, it would have been Alex Stein. But they brought Frank in, and they made him Wild Randy, if you will. You know, like, I don't know why people assumed that I would have been Wild Randy, but yeah, no, I was never gonna be that, you know. Oh man, 18A players, what? Is Stipe gonna lay down the gloves? Looked like he was trying to take his gloves off. Oh man. Anyway. Yeah, I made that tweet because I was tired of people tagging me in it. And some haters were like, oh, nobody thought that, dude. And nobody wants it. And it's like, all right. I've gotten very good at just muting people, you know? That's all I ever do now. The second someone on Twitter annoys me in a way that is like malicious, it's not just like it's not an innocent thing where it's like they think they're being nice or they think they're being good, but they're really getting on my nerves. Like, the second someone gives me a little bit of sass, I just don't even bother. I don't do that whole, haha, I'm being an asshole because that's funny and we're really pals thing. No, like you watch Sam Hyde who talks about how dumb that shit is, and then you go on Twitter and you try and do that with me, like I'm gonna be your pal. Like, no, that's not how that's gonna work, you know? Fuck him. Nobody likes that nobody likes that guy who's like, you know, you're a fucking asshole. We joke around. It's like we're in the Marines here. Nobody likes that guy. Don't be that guy on Twitter. This is a genuine public service announcement for you guys. You know? Fuck him. And of course, saying that, there's going to be people who, they're like, oh, well, actually, I meant it. Their ego is going to go into defense mode, and they're going to be like, actually, I meant it. I was really trying to be, I don't want to be your friend, Scott. That's why I don't want to be your friend, Scott. That's why I follow you on Twitter, and I engage with a lot of your shit. I don't want to be your friend. I never wanted to be your friend. That's why I follow your every move and I post about you religiously to fish tank subreddits and shit like that. I never wanted to be your friend. You know? It's funny the way people do that. But yeah. That's why I tweeted about Wild Randy earlier. That's why I tweeted about a couple of things, because I just like, I have people sliding into my DMs like, when are you gonna go there, dude? When are you going in there? Dude, you gotta get in there. Dude, you gotta get in there. Dude, they're boxing tonight. Where are you? Get in there. As if I can just be like, oh, there's boxing, I'm showing up. there's boxing, I'm showing up, you know? And I appreciate the hell out of those people. Don't get me wrong, because they're people that genuinely like me and they want to see me in there. So thank you to those people. But I'm not saying that those people are bad or they did something bad. I'm simply explaining why I've made some of the tweets that I've made about like, hey, thank you guys for all the love. You know, if you want me on, just keep posting about it. Or hey guys, I'm not Wild Randy and things like that. You know, which if you do want me on Fish Tank, that is the way you're gonna have to do it because I'm not going to keep bothering Sam and Jet about it. I texted Sam a couple of times about it, not being like, let me on, but being like, hey, if you need me, I'm good, you know? Last night I texted him again because they did the boxing, and Alex keeps on talking about fighting shit, so I thought it would be funny for me to go in there and take a lesson from Alex. So if that pans out, then fantastic, but, you know, don't expect it to. If you want me on there that bad, messaging me about it though, as much as I do appreciate the love, thank you guys so much. But messaging me about it is not going to get me on there. What's going to get me on there is using the hashtag on Twitter, is going to Reddit and posting about it there, you know, is other places, you know. I don't know about 4chan, you know. I prefer them not to speak about me. You know, I don't check there. I checked there during season 2 and 2.5, and other than that, I stay away from there. Because I'm just not interested in hanging out on 4chan all day. I have better things to do than that. But like, you know, if you want me on, because I keep getting messages from a ton of people who are asking or asking if I'm going on, or they're demanding that I go on. Post about it publicly and visibly. You know, use the hashtags. You know, go on Reddit and shit like that. You know, somewhere where production will probably see it. I'm not telling you to bother production. You notice I didn't tell you to slide into anyone's DMs or tag somebody 500 times. You notice how I didn't tell you to do that. I'm just saying, if you want me on there, that's probably the best way to do it. You know. As I said, I appreciate the hell out of all the love that you guys are willing to give me. You know, I appreciate you guys so much. I just, you know, I don't want you guys to be disappointed. And if you want me to be on there, you got to let Jet, Ben, and Sam know. And, you know, if we have to be disappointed if I'm not in there this season, then all right, fine. But I don't want you guys to think it's because I wasn't interested or I didn't try and talk to somebody, or you know, for some other reason. You know, I want you guys to aim your stuff in the right place is what I'm trying to do, right? Is what I'm trying to tell you about. Because for months now it's been like just my DMs flooded with like, when you coming on, and it's like, oh man, I can't explain it to everybody. Can't explain it to everybody, dude. Church fires, you don't need Fish Tank. I mean, regardless of whether I'm on or not, you know, regardless of whether I'm on or not, like, I want to be on because I love Fish Tank. Fish Tank is a great project. I believe in it. And I like Sam and Jet and Ben, and I just like Fish Tank, right? But it's not about whether I need or don't need it. At the end of the day, like, I like streaming and I like all this other stuff. So whether I have one person watching me or a million people watching me, I'm going to do it because it's an outlet for me. It's an outlet in multiple different ways for me to utilize to have a little bit of fun and express myself a little bit and also try and help people. So when it comes to me needing or not needing something, it's not about whether I need it or don't need it, or like, oh, but my e-boy career is going to suffer if I'm not. Like, that's not what it is. I just love Fish Tank, and I'd like to be involved. You know, I'm going to do my thing regardless of what happens. I'm going to do my thing no matter what, you know? And yeah, I love PKA too, dude, you know? I'll go on there whenever they need me, but that's the thing, is I'm not going to constantly go to Taylor and be like, dude, can I come on? Dude, Taylor, can I come on? Dude, Taylor, please, can I come on, dude? Like, dude, when can I come on soon? Like, hell no, dude, fuck that. Believe it or not, I've never asked right? I've offered, but I've never asked. And what I mean is I will text Sam or somebody every now and again and be like, "Yo, if you need me, I'm good to go." But I've never asked like, "Yo, could I be a part of this?" Everything that I've been involved in, other than World Peace 2, I asked to be involved in World Peace 2 as an extra a couple of times, right? But everything I've been involved with, regardless of what it is, when it comes to the MDE universe, the MDE cinematic universe, the MDECU, I was asked by somebody. You know, the season 2 trailer, I got hit up by Alex Schultz. Um, Sam and Nick After Dark, I was sitting at home getting ready to watch some fucking Netflix, and I get a text from Sam saying, "Yo, what are you doing?" And he told me to come down, and we were going to start in a half hour. It takes me a half hour to get to where they were filming that. So I basically got there, and 15 minutes later, we started. And I had no clue what Sam and Nick After Dark was going to be, you know? So on and so forth. The original time I was on Fish Tank, I didn't hit Sam up like, I'm ready to go, let me, you know? Nah, he hit me up randomly. Same thing with season 2. I didn't think I was going to be on season 2, and then out of nowhere, I'm given a character, basically, you know? Like, I try to make sure I'm not asking people for stuff, because for one thing, I don't want to bother people, right? But then for another thing, if there's room for me, then they will tell me to fill that space. If I'm sitting here asking them to make space for me, that's not good. That's not a good thing, you know? Anyway, Vic says, "Yeah, I hope to see you in the tank. I can't keep up with the storylines or whatever. Best content was always combat training. IMO motivated me to go hard at the gym." Thank you very much, Vic. Yeah, there regardless of whether I'm in this season or not, chances are I probably won't have enough to go off of to make a debrief video, right? I probably won't have enough to go off of to make a debrief video. However, I could talk a little bit because I like to do stuff when it comes to Fish Tank for my Patreon. And if you are a YouTube member or if you're subbed to my Patreon, you can check the debrief video for season 2, season 2.5, and I believe I might have done a Bitch Tank one. If not, maybe I should do a Bitch Tank debrief because I could talk about some things there. You know, I could talk about some things there. I could talk about a few things there, actually. I was a pretty big part of Bitch Tank, so I have a lot that I could talk about with that. But, anyway, maybe I could do, like, a video where I talk about, like, what I liked and disliked about Season 3, you know, and how I think certain things went. Because this season is really, really good. Is it the best season? I think it has the potential to be, but I'm not going to say it's the best season yet. I will not say it's the best season yet. And there's a good chance that I might say, no, I liked this season better. I liked that season better. And I will say one of the things that I do like about this season is the famous house concept. That was such a great fucking concept. That was brilliant. The way they all played it out was fantastic. It was excellent. Fucking excellent. One thing that I wasn't a big fan of with this season so far is these people who are the types of people that we want to see get tortured. It's not fun to tune in to watch them all the time. I don't feel like when I was watching Jimmy, when I was watching Brian, Trish, I never watched Trish. If she was in a room, I clicked away, actually. Taylor, all these people, when I would see them, I'd be like, yo, I want to know how this person's doing today. How are things going for them today? But with season 3, there's nobody that I really, really feel like I've latched onto in that way. My support for everybody is completely and totally ironic, you know? Hence me messing around with endorsing Symbol and endorsing, what's her face, Mizzy, you know? And that's why I think this is a good season for the bad guy to win. I think it's a good season for someone like Symbol to win because I don't feel anything for anybody, so I might as well look at one of the most reprehensible guys in the tank and say, you know what, at least he makes me feel something. Yeah, sure, give him the victory, and then we'll bring him back for 2.5 and beat the fuck out of him. well, 2.5 will hang him upside down by his legs like a piñata, and me and Xavier will just be beating the shit out of him with the fucking LARP swords. Nah, but honestly, if Symbol was on 2.5, that would be a very interesting thing. I'd like to see Symbol and Letty in the same room because I feel like the clash between them would be crazy. The clash that would happen most certainly between them, right? It would be fucking ridiculous. It'd go down in history, right? Because just the way that they both are is they don't do that. They don't do that. You know, they don't mesh. But yeah, like that is one of the things about season 3 that from a viewer's perspective, I'm like, all right, we got the kinds of people we want to see suffer, but there's nobody in there. Like as a result, there's nobody in there that I see, and I'm like, man, like I want to tune in because I want to see how this guy is doing. Of course, you got dudes that want to tune in to simp for Binks or even I would assume Mizzy has some simps or like Alexis or Smack or whoever, right? Even Peyton. Peyton has an affinity for carpet, you know, and she's still got simps and stuff like that. She's a pretty girl. I'll say that. You know, I can see why she would have simps, but you know, they would probably have a better shot with Pokimane or that Sniper Wolf chick than they would with Peyton, you know. But yeah, there's things that I like about season 3. There's things that I wasn't the biggest fan of with season 3, as is going to be every season. There's always going to be good and bad things, and I think that overall there's things that they should take from season 3 and apply to a season 4. But there's certain things that like one thing that would be good is if they had like I was thinking about this. It would be good if they had a half fan, half not fan, a half fan, half not fan season. And maybe they divide up into teams to begin with, right? And you have an even distribution of fans and non-fans on each team, right? That way you could have some fucking turbo autists that are like, haha, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to become best friends with Sam Hyde. You're going to have an even distribution of those people with people who are like, I don't know what the fuck this is. You know, that might be an interesting dynamic in the future, right? And that would also kind of ensure that we can take a look at this and be like, hey, these guys are all fucking weirdos, but you know what? That guy Johnny over there, he's my kind of weirdo, I guess. Kind of feel a soft spot for him, I guess. Maybe, you know, I guess I'll just, you know, fuck it. Hassel was a big draw for me. Oh yeah, I'm really glad Frank Hassel made a return. You know, I don't know if Airsoft Fatty's gonna make a return. But you know, seeing Frank make a return is pretty good. You know, I'd like to see Trish back too. I hope they can find something to use Trish for, because Trish is fun. You know, Trish is just a cool chick. I meant what I said about her on her birthday. You know, she's really even keel, you know, cool chick who's just like all right to be around. You don't feel uptight around her in the way that you do around some women, right? And I'm not like pointing to any fish tank women when I say this. All of them are pretty easy to be around, but there are a lot of women out there that it's like you just feel like you're being used even when you're not having something taken from you, just being around them, you know. Psychic vampirism type shit, you know. Scott is going to be in the tank, so did you mean soon? It's like I said, if you want me in the tank, post about it, you know. Post about it. Post on Twitter, post on Reddit. I think Reddit's a good place to do that if you wanted to, but you know, I'm just saying, if you want it that bad, talking to me about how you want me on isn't going to get me on. That's kind of what I'm saying, because again, as much as I love the love that I'm getting from all you guys, when I get a message that says, dude, they're boxing, where are you? I'm not going to be like, what, they're boxing? Oh fuck, babe, where's my shoes? My shoes. Dude, I gotta get down there. Like that's not what's going on. You know, if you want me there that bad as to where if somebody looks at the punching bag in the yard the wrong way, you're like, oh, dude. Like, if you want me there that bad, you know, maybe you should direct that energy towards like something that's potentially going to get me on. You know, they honestly need a normal freeloader injection, someone that isn't homeless. Yeah, that'd be a good one, you know. I don't mind Connor and Job though, you know, the dynamic they have between them where they're just kind of bros and they're just chilling. I don't mind that, you know. If I was in the tank as a freeloader, I'd probably want to buddy up with them just cuz why not? You know, like hey, they seem like all right guys. And it seems like they could scheme together too. It seems like they scheme together, and me, I'd love to get in on that scheming, you know, because in my opinion, that's what a freeloader is supposed to be. It shouldn't just be Frank Hassel causing a ruckus. It should be like a freeloader is like, yo, let's fuck around today. I feel like fucking with this person. We're gonna put mayonnaise in their bed or something like that. You know, that's what should happen. You know, no piss. I ain't whipping my dick out to piss. I'm all set with that, you know. I sit down to piss like a man. Oh man. But HMS Arabe, putting a bunch of Arabic in my shit. I am curious about this. So I'm going to hold on one sec. Bada bing, bada boom. Coffee. I want to translate that. Oh, excuse me. Paste. The first time in history, American debt crosses the $33 trillion barrier, and the development of American public debt during the last quarter of the fans of the elephant symbol, "Oh, Africa for the donkey Democrat, the wealthy occupiers." All right, man. Cool. Sick nasty, bro. Sick nasty. Oh, man. I'm trying to think if there was anything else to say about that. You know, I'm just because Letty made the same mistake as me the other day. I noticed that she made a video clarifying certain things. You know, and that's what made me want to interview her. I hit her up seeing if she would be down for an interview. She hasn't gotten back to me yet. Chances are she probably won't get back to me. We will answer each other in the DMs and stuff like that. It's just you know, we're not like it's not like we're each other's priority or anything like that. But yeah, Letty made the mistake of addressing things that were said and allegations and stuff like that, you know, and I've noticed certain things from certain people. And also another thing people do in addition to sliding into the DMs to be like, dude, get in there, right? Is I'll have people send me screenshots and shit like that of like places and stuff, you know? Yeah, I'm making the same mistake as Letty, and I'm addressing things that I've seen that were said about me, you know? Believe it or not, I'm not texting Sam every single day to get in there. Obviously, I want to be in there, but I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't, it's like I said, I've never asked to be a part of anything. When I originally ended up meeting Sam Hyde, we boxed, and then the next time we were going to meet up to box, he asked me if I wanted to be in a Dust Bangers video. From the very beginning, it was Sam and the MDE sphere asking me to be a part of stuff. So, you know, I'm not hitting Sam up like, Sam, you know? If I do hit him up, it's very nonchalant, and it's very, hey, I'm available if you want me, just let me know, you know? Yo, what's going on, Richie? How's it going, man? You know what? I was gonna hit you up on Twitter to ask you a question about Sticker Mule. I'll hit you up later, but just in case you happen to be here, still, I would assume you are. You sent the thing a second ago. Um, is Sticker Mule cheaper? When it comes to the production costs, um, because I use Teespring, right? And in fact, you might like this. You might like this. Richie, I don't know if you're here still. Like I said, I would assume you are, but so I made this and I got a neck gaiter with it on it today, right? I got a neck gaiter with it on today. And then I put on the shirts, I put this on the back, right? The cost to make these, right? Like I'm selling this for $30. I will only get a little bit less than $10 profit. For one thing, I don't know if I want to sell these shirts for $30. I don't know if I want to sell those shirts for $30. Now Garage Gang over here, right? Using Sticker Mule, $20. I don't know how much money they're making off of this. I have no clue how much money they're making off of this. But to me, this kind of implies, because I would assume they're not selling these at cost, this kind of implies that the cost to make these on Sticker Mule might be a little cheaper. All right. So what I'm asking, Richie, if you're still here, that is Sticker Mule cheaper? Because I would assume you're the one behind the fish tank Sticker Mule. I would assume you're the one behind that, seeing as how you're the merch guy for season 3, and I would assume beyond as well. You do a really good job of it, so I don't see why they wouldn't bring you back in that role. Yeah, I'm just curious about that. If you want to hit me up on Twitter, I would appreciate that. Or if you want to drop it in there, I just happened to see you jump in, and I was like, oh shit, Succulent Monk says, I think you have a really good and level-headed outlook on this. Yeah, everything I do, I just try to make sure I have as level of a head as I possibly can, and I fail at that a lot. If I'm being honest with you, I fail at it a lot. I do. Even when I seem like I'm chill about certain things, and I'm not dropping a hint about how I am with the fish tank shit. Even when I'm chill about certain things, when I seem chill about certain things, there's plenty of times where inside my head there's bees buzzing around about it, But I know that showing that isn't gonna help at all, So it's kind of a oh, excuse me. What was I gonna say? Oh man. Damn, I forget what I was gonna say. Yeah. But bottom line, it's like I said. If you want me on season 3, all right, I'm saying it because I know I'm still gonna get people tagging me and inboxing me and shit like that. If you want me on season 3, you got to post about it on hashtags and Reddit and shit like that. That's the way. Coming to me in my DMs to be like, dude, get on there. That's not gonna get me on there. I'm not. I can't just drop what I'm doing and show up there unannounced and uninvited. I know the meme is that I show up uninvited, but that's just not true. I don't need to make the meme a reality. I do appreciate the love though. I do appreciate the love, like for real. I don't want to sound like I don't appreciate you guys sending me good vibes. I 1,000,000% appreciate so much the good vibes that you guys send me, regardless of what it's about. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Richie says, I'm not sure on splits, but I know Sticker Mule is big as fuck, so they can afford to make less themselves. 10 for a $30 shirt is already really good though. Really? Huh. I had no idea about that, I care more about quality. You'll almost always get the same quality unless you have a guy like Jimmy does. Yeah. That's the thing is, like, when it comes to merch, you're better off getting a guy like that. Like, that's how Brandon Buckingham does his merch. When I first started looking into stuff, I hit up Brandon Buckingham and I was like, yo, how'd you do your merch? And he's like, oh, I have a guy in Maryland that I use. And I was like, oh, well, all right. Yeah, that makes sense. Because Brandon's big enough for that. Me, I have 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. I don't think that's quite big enough for me to go sourcing merch in that way. Right. At least right now anyway, But I am pumped on this though. I am pumped on this. I am pretty hype about this. You know, the neck gaiter doesn't really, you know, it doesn't really even out the way that you want it to, but right? Like you can't exactly read every little thing with the neck gaiter, but I mean, you can pull it down and it looks pretty sick, I guess. What I am happy about though is that this actually doesn't look too bad, which means that these, right? These probably won't look too bad, you know. So yeah, like I am really hype on this design. I think it's a cool design. It's minimalistic, but it's not like understated, if that makes sense, you know. It pops out at you, but it's not tacky. At least I don't think it is. I don't think it is, you know. I care more about quality. You'll almost duh. I already read that one. Silly me. I'm a silly guy. I'm just a fucking silly little guy, aren't I? Do you think John's gonna fight Tom? Oh, you know what? You said John, and my mind immediately went to John Curtis from Fish Tank. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna fight Tom. Honestly, John Jones will just sit around for the next 3 to 5 years. John Jones will sit around for the next 3 to 5 years, just kind of taking it easy and hinting. He'll take it easy and he'll hint at the potential for some kind of fight at some point. Either that, or he will very heavily pursue a fight with Alex Pereira. It'll be one of those two. And if Alex Pereira says no, which I actually think Alex Pereira might say yes, but if Dana White was to say no, you got to fight Tom, then he'll basically do what Conor McGregor is doing right now. He'll just become inactive. He'll be running around doing coke, probably with Conor. You know, those dudes definitely did cocaine together a lot. They definitely fucked around a lot. You know, fucking but yeah, like um I could see him just hanging around and like playing the social media game. I could see him doing that, you know. Richie says we should all use the same couple of people for merch. I'm sure Jimmy's dude would love to expand his coverage. Yeah, and that's not a bad idea too, you know. If we get a dude who he's just like he's just cool with you know, doing merch and shit like that, like the fact that so many people are coming to him in the first place, that might actually make it a little bit easier on us anyway, because he might be willing to work with us in some way, shape, or form. You know, that might not be the worst thing in the world. Meaning like you know, if we can work something out with him where like you know, we're coming to him as a group and we're like, yo, so there's a little thing here, this thing of ours, you know, we want you to be the merch guy. So how, like, what can we work with? What kind of deal can we work out here? I don't know if that's something that'll actually happen. You know, I don't know if that's something that'll actually happen, but you never know. You know, you might get a situation like that. Oh man, I do got to get out of here though. It's been literally 4 hours. It's been 4 hours and 35 seconds. Thank you guys so much. All right, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. All right, I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you for coming yesterday as well for my birthday / Mike Tyson stream. All right, thank you guys so much. I'm gonna continue to do my thing. We'll continue keeping up with Fish Tank. I will see you guys tomorrow. Technically today, because it's 2 a.m. But I will see you guys tomorrow at around 5 p.m. for Oblivion. All right, we're gonna continue on with Oblivion Sunday. And then Monday, we will be streaming again because, you know, it's like I said, for the duration of Fish Tank, we'll stream on Mondays too. Other than that, it's going to be Wednesday, Friday, and then, you know, Sunday. So I will, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you all so much. All right. Peace out. Whoop.